Gotcha. Yeah, you saying okay, good. I slipped it up on that one. Wasn't until then though.
At least they didn't hear about how I was born this time.
No, they didn't. No, that one was left out. What's up, people? I forgot to take off my headphones. What's up, people?
Oh, squishies. Can you believe that we are here, that we are doing the thing, and it is time to talk about One Piece again?
Wait, I have a signature laugh. That's crazy. I love that. I'm excited to start guessing on people's stuff, and the thing that people take away is, man, that guy laugh. That's what I'm looking for.
What did Lab go for? I think it was Guffaw in the stream.
Yeah. Sorry, Clip Studio was busted. I needed to kill her. She's back. She's alive. Don't worry.
I think Guffaw was the right word. I think we could. I think there's an even better one, but we couldn't think of it, and I didn't get back to them in time because I didn't notice it. But I gotta tell you, I was like, Guffaw is more accurate than laugh for you.
It's something. I feel like my laugh, you know, there's a lot of authors who'd give it a lot of spin, you know. There'd be like howl, people bring up hyenas, I figure. I just you ever see an author try to describe laughter and they go fucking crazy on what they're calling it? I feel like I would get a lot of that spin, you know. They put that English on it.
I think people would be like, I've just spent the last hour and a half listening to his laugh and trying to put it into onomatopoeia.
Okay, can we say though, oh my god, Stream Elements, Hype Train has begun apparently. We need to talk about subs. I do want to say quick, I need acknowledgement for how good that is, because I said put spin on it, and then I said put English on it, which is great because that's a phrase that means to put spin on it, but also it's the English language. So great joke for me. 10 out of 10. Thank you, Professional Protagonist. What a great name, Professional Protagonist. That's subbed for 9 months. How have I not commented on that name before? What the fuck? That's so good.
Also, Stream Elements.
Stream Elements just telling us what's up.
Who the heck was it who did it? It was Professional Protagonist.
Yeah, Professional Protagonist first. Then we got DJ Jax. I think that's Dr. Jax. Thank you so much. And then we got Kopani. Coppany. Fuck.
What?
Hey, you know how I just reset my computer because of tech issues?
Coppany 999.
Everybody's going for a ride. We got more tech issues. You're being lifted into the air so I can fix my monitor. Goodbye, everybody. Hope. You can take. Hey, look at you can see my whole board. You guys never get to see my whole board. My deck box area is looking pretty slim. That's because I've been doing a lot of deck building lately. I need a show. I need fucking some small-time Magic the Gathering creator who watches our stuff needs to be like, hey, Drawk, come play Magic with me. I need to play more Commander. I'm craving Commander. Anyways, I'm back.
What are you drawing today?
What am I literally, we don't know yet.
Wow. This show is just like wild. I don't even know what to do with it. It was your turn to get to pick on the Berserk front, and it was my time to get to not pick. So if we're drawing a thing that's One Piece,
I think we got to decide together if it's for a new chapter coming out.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Like, I want to keep my Berserk piece. I want to keep my I don't want to give up my picking a Berserk image for this, you know?
I agree. I could see that point.
So, should we talk a bit about our agenda today?
Yeah, but first I want to talk about my amazing stencil.
Okay, hit me up.
I know what you're thinking.
Yep.
Stencil. You had me at stencil.
That was for sure it. Wow, read my mind.
Okay, so a year ago maybe? Because what do we do this? It's been a year and a half since we started writing.
About a year and a half, yeah. That's crazy.
Okay, so
time
a year
happens.
ago, I bought myself some paper, like some sticky notes that were One Piece, and a notepad that was One Piece, and a stencil that was One Piece.
Yeah.
And you saw my sticky notes and were like, what the shit, you shouldn't be using those. And I was like, they're just One Piece things. And you were like, don't look too close.
They're like spoiler panels. Yeah, they're panels from the future. What are you doing?
Now I can't even use these. So I put them away with my little stencil thing. And now I have a new bullet journal for my manga reading. Because I realized I love nothing more than geeking out in a bullet journal about manga. Like that's just putting some loves together now. Like, I can't believe I hadn't done it sooner.
Okay.
Anyway, to bring out my stencil today, I feel like a fucking warrior sitting here with my new stencil. Except for I just used the kanji that I don't know what they mean and put them all over my planner. And so
Is it the
now
ones that mean doom?
I don't know, do they?
Well, there's a famous there's one that's basically doom that gets used a lot in manga that apparently translates to like tension, like it's the onomatopoeia for tension.
Okay, maybe it is. I'll look back through the panels and see if that's what it is. Doom. All I know is
One Piece uses dawn more, but I think doom is like a yeah. Anyways,
I just feel like I'm pretty excited
apparently
that I
your
finally
volume's
get to use
low.
my sticky notes, my note cards, and I can move it closer.
No. I'm raising you. Don't worry. I'm adjusting. That's why we do these preambles.
I just get to use like my stencil now, like a freaking wild person. And it has a pondemon on it. And you know how much I like to say that word because the way I say it makes everyone so happy.
Yeah. It's terrible.
It's amazing. Pondemon! Pantsless in public. We've got a lot of double onomatopoeia with the P's here.
We do. Pantsless in public. Thank you for subbing. Or is it Gifton? Gifton? Oh, we have a first-time chatter who says that they've never stared at a One Piece panel for so long. Terrifying.
Oh, Jesus. I'm kind of nervous. What about you?
You know, ain't that just the hurl of the burl? Ain't that the dice we roll?
Did you just say ain't that the hurl of the burl like that was a thing?
You're telling me you've never used the phrase hurl of the burl? That's just the hurl of the burl? That's a phrase.
I don't think a single fucking person has ever said that.
And then I said the great one I invented that isn't a phrase that you didn't comment on because it sounds so natural, which is, ain't those the dice we roll? Which, frankly, everybody should say that. It's so good. Rarely have I been so proud.
Way that can't be a phrase already.
I Googled it, and it was nowhere. I coined that shit. I looked, I was like, I couldn't have made that up, right? Like, ain't those the dice we roll is too good. There's no way I'm the one who took the seal on this one. Yeah, I went Googling it. I couldn't find shit. I coined, ain't those the dice we roll?
That upsets me. That's like, did you know that they claim in the interwebs, which I just can't even believe, that Bucket List only came out after the movie Bucket List, doing something for your bucket list before you die.
That sounds fucked up. I don't feel like that should be true.
I'm sorry, I refuse to believe that. I know we said it before. No, that can't be fucking right. That angers me.
Okay. People are saying they feel like they've heard it before. People are saying they feel like they've heard ain't those the dice we roll or variants of. I swear to God, I spent like literally 20 minutes Googling different versions of that phrase, and I couldn't find a single instance of it anywhere. There is a chance that someone did. Oh, terrible news, Pantsless. We are not doing Berserk today. Should we get to that? Should we get to the sad news? The tragic news?
Yes.
Okay, the tragic news.
48. It's chapter 48. I need to write that shit down.
Yeah, the tragic news is we're not doing Berserk today. Why? People are saying this is big, and we want to be able to give Berserk its dues. We want to give Berserk the attention it deserves. It is a fucking fantastic series.
Shouldn't just be running around past.
It is a wonderful series. It is beautiful. I am loving it. I pushed to do it today, but it was pointed out, and I agree that we should be at our best. We should be awake and vibrant for it. So we are going to, sorry, Berserk people, we got to delay one more week. I know we did it again. Hopefully nothing, we've committed. If something crazy happens next week, we're still doing it anyways, because the week after next, I'm going to be moving. So I won't be able to. So we are committing no matter what next week, we're doing Berserk, even if it means having to do an extra long stream and do two things. But for
way longer than we were supposed to. So we're in a sex scene place.
That's true. We accidentally overread. So you guys do get more chapters than we were going to do.
When we said they are hooking up for sure, that is the thing that is happening. Let's just put that out there.
Yeah, that is the thing. That's what you said. Yeah. Well, you said it. I said the only way they're not is if Casca dies before that can happen.
No, they were doing the bongos. There was no way it wasn't happening.
Wow, I wrote 11,138. Let me think about what you've said here. I mean, it's true. I've checked the stats, and he's right.
Are we ready to get this rock rolling and roll rocking?
Oh, can I do one more advertisement first?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, everybody. Wait, actually, let me change this because I do want to fix this first, and I want to be able to look at the camera when I'm doing my advertisement, so I can be speaking to the people. And I have to give my boy a treat. Dog cam is probably broken. It was working, but I had to restart my computer, so now everything's fucked. Because Streamlabs was awful. Streamlabs hates me. Bellamy, you come. Oh, you were so eager today, right, my boy? Hi. What is sweet baby? He's been so happy because it's snowing here and it doesn't snow often, and he got to play in the snow. And we play a fun game where I throw snowballs at his head and he chomps them out of the air. Where'd I put my pen?
That is the most Samoyed game that there could ever be played.
I just chuck a snowball right at his head and he goes and bites it out of the air, and it's great. Okay, advertisement. Ready? Who here has Tuesdays in the afternoon available? Probably a few of you. If you like Tuesdays, if you have them free, and if you like Pokemon, come and watch. Why? I'm going to be doing a new series, probably usually on Saturdays. At first, since I'm not doing Saturdays right now because I'm moving, we're doing it on Tuesday. It's called Sorting Sorted. What is Sorting Sorted? Well, I'm making a critter game, and as I'm doing this, I'm researching all these games I love to figure out how they do shit. And what I've come to understand is every single RPG has all these really interesting ways, and other games, of sorting its mechanics, of like dividing its magic system, its world, into different subcategories. And I have been thinking so hard about what these indicate in game design, what sorting methods mean, what language systems tell us, and I'm so excited to talk about my observations. The first one we're doing, which is tomorrow, or sorry, not tomorrow, Tuesday, 2 days from now, is Pokemon types. The big thing I'm going to be doing is going through what Pokemon types tell us about the game design of Pokemon, what the types kind of represent, the way they've been used to indicate things in really cool ways that you wouldn't think. I think you are going to learn something. I do my Tuesday streams at 1:30, same as Sundays, and no matter how much you know about Pokemon, I promise you're going to come away with some new information and new understanding about the game design and what the Pokemon types tell you. I am so excited for this. I also have other plans in the future. I'm going to do one on the Winds of Magic from Warhammer. I'm going to do ones on the types of magic in Pathfinder and Dungeons and Dragons. I'm going to do one talking about my favorite one that I'm most excited about is the colors of magic in Magic the Gathering, but I need way more time for that one because it's more complex than the others. It is so much, I think it's so much more interesting than a lot of these other ones, but it's gonna need a lot of research. Anyway, Sorting Sorted, new series I'm doing. They're just gonna be like these open discussion streams where I basically have a loose set of notes and I'm gonna go through all these observations I've had while talking to you about it. Anyways, that's all.
Amazing. Can I tell you a secret about Tuesdays?
What's up?
It's very important we do things that are big and fun on Tuesdays because Monday, you know, it sucks. So you just have to deal with it. You get out of bed and you do the thing.
Yeah. Something on Monday is like that's a gilded turd. There's only so good you're getting.
Yeah, like you're just like, it's Monday. So what should I do? I'm not gonna gild this turd. I'm just gonna Monday. And then Wednesdays are hump days, so it's the halfway there and it doesn't need help. It kind of gives you a little hope. And Thursdays are basically Friday, and Friday is basically off. The only day that doesn't have something to get you through is Tuesday. So it's very important to add a thing to your calendar. So Tuesday is the only day that needs help.
The person who got points for Bellamy is apparently the ad stopped them from seeing Bellamy, and I feel so bad. Whoa! Who just gifted a pile of subs? Who was that? Aussie Lelowin gifting 5 subs. Crazy. You go to the gym Tuesday. Here's a crazy. First of all, how long are you at the gym? Jesus Christ. Look as
all Tuesday.
All Tuesday. That's wild.
Every Tuesday is for gym.
But also, I will say I love now. Maybe I'm not everybody. I fucking love working out with a Twitch stream. I can't tell you. I used to have a gym in the apartment building I lived in, and I would hop on the elliptical, pop up a Twitch stream on data, and just dude, it was such zone out time. I fucking love it. It's so good.
Oh.
Okay, we're ready. What are we thinking? Are you ready to start reading?
I have it on my big screen. I don't
want to on your big screen. I only someone's gonna say add a panda man, so whatever we draw is gonna need a panda man added. So allow me to open a document.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Pondemon?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure you meant Pondemon.
I'm pretty certain when I think about it that I mean panda man. 2 words with known pronunciations.
Kind of upsetting that you just say things so wrong.
Someone said brakes for impact. Let's go. All right. Oh, man.
I'm nervous. People are so
I'm
weird
so
about this
nervous.
chapter. It's freaking me out
Can
a
I
little
before
bit.
we get into it, talk about the weird nerves where like people have said they're so excited for us to talk about this, but y'all need to reflect on some. Actually, put this in the video. Cricket, Cass, both of you. Cricket and Laugh, both of you put this in your video respectively. Note, there is so much hype around this chapter and there's pressure on us that I don't know if we can deliver. And here's why. Y'all motherfuckers that got bleeped have been thinking about this, watching videos about this, reading the Reddit on the One Piece Discord, scrambling around picking at clues for 5 fucking days. We have been in the dark waiting for a live read because live reactions are fun. I love watching live reactions to stuff that I love. So I want to give that to you. But it means we're in the dark. We're behind. We're years behind the discourse. We don't know all this observation you've done. We haven't been delving.
It's like we're media illiterate.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. It's crazy, you know? All right.
Yeah.
We good?
I'm good.
I'm good. Okay, I'm good.
Woo!
I just wanted to heads up why I'm nervous. Like, we're gonna be
That's
judged.
where the nerves are coming from.
We're gonna be judged for our ability to read something that they've had 5 goddamn days thinking about.
Lily Reindeer said that they stayed in the dark so that they could read it with me.
Lily, that's incredibly kind of you. Wow.
Okay, should we cover up the chat while we're reading?
You know what? I thought some people would feel that, RJ, but more people are part of our channel for One Piece, and unfortunately, the wisdom of the masses prevails. However, next week is Berserk for sure. All right, I have it open. Do you have it open on the cover page?
I do. Let's cover the chat so the chat is able to talk while we are reading.
So here's what's going to happen. Instead of covering chat, mods, send them to emote only jail. And jail, just so you know, is spelt the Aussie way, the old school Aussie way. So I'm going to show everybody so that they know what's happening. Real quick, this is where you're being sent.
Drawk.
Yeah.
Aren't you doing this on the big screen? Oh, is it because you can't cover your chat?
Well, no. I'm doing it on the big screen. I just need them to see how I'm spelling where they're going. This is where they're being sent.
Okay, that's nice that you're sending them to a Russian goal, but
no. I'm sending them to an old school Australian jail. That's how they used to spell it back down under.
My point is if you could cover them, then they could talk about their craziness.
But emote only's fun.
Jesus.
I want to be able to look at the little guys. All right, I'm gonna read the cover page because I like doing my narrator voice. Does that seem fair to you?
Do you see that Dio Branderson gets it? You've put him in 1984. All right.
That is true. Yeah. Literally 1984. Oh, I forgot to upload all the new emotes I made. Sorry, guys. You don't get I made like 6 new emotes that you guys could have, and you don't get any of them. The boy gets pets. Okay. Bellamy, come here. Come here, bud. They're going too fast. Come on. Come on up. I love you, my boy.
Here we go, baby. Time to read the chapter.
He doesn't want to come up when there's no treats. he's upset. Okay. Everybody, we're back in big face mode. Oh, it's Who's Who. I know that guy. I love him. He's stupid and racist.
What the hell did you just say?
I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Ogre Child Yamato's Golden Harvest Surrogate Pilgrimage, Volume 24. It was Who's Who all along. I've seen a lot of theories that Yamato's going to beat up all of the Tobi Roppo to turn them into vassals, like how Odin turned a bunch of rapscallions who caused problems into vassals. I think that's cute. Let's read the chapter now instead of talk about it. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right, you take this double page. I'll take the next one.
I'm just trying to switch pages, and I realized that I've never read on Viz before. Up here.
On desktop, only on mobile? Yeah, you got to hit the left arrow key to move forward. Thank you for following, Kukin 1928. Damn, they're old as hell. Dude, they're old as hell.
I don't see a left arrow key on this screen. I might have to go.
No, on your keyboard, my guy.
Oh my god, I threw my keyboard out. Just a minute. I got it.
Yep, we did it. Thank you for following, Edric the Fourth.
Here we go. Oh, what the shit is this? Huff. Huff. For as much as you look like him, you got to be related to that red-haired pirate.
Mhm.
Hold your tongue. That's nothing you need to know. True, it ain't my business, but a great pirate and a celestial dragon standing on opposing sides of a world power. The fact that you have the same face is bound to draw curiosity. That pirate is my strange younger twin brother. You know what? Twins, don't say younger. This is why we're not telling the twins who was born first. He returned holy he returned to the Holy Land once, but he seems to prefer the filth of the lower world.
Oh.
Returned? I see. Then your bloodline has earned my ire twice over. How fascinating that two separated brothers should each be targets of my wrath. You'll rue this day. Once I get these chains off.
Okay, next page. Sorry, I just noticed there's a thing on Bellamy's eyebrow I got to deal with after. A little clumpy.
I like that we literally just like put it right out there. Like, yep, he's a twin. Yep. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to confront it real quick. Like, you have to just say it. You can't I appreciate it. I appreciate it because if you dance around it and are like, oh, what is it? Like, fucking, no, that's going to get old so fast.
I agree. I'm just saying, like, finally we have confirmation.
Yeah. You know what'll happen? Wait. Okay. Is this Loki talking? Probably. You know what'll happen,
yeah,
don't you? Yeah, because it's a huff. I watched my friend's fate decided before my eyes, and now I bear the cost of it. You dream of threatening me? Commander, don't let him. Indeed. It's not worth dirtying my own hands. You do it, Cerberus! Woof. Growl. Woof. Bark. Cerberus. This is, that's a big doggy. Ah! What is that? Woof. Oh. The doggy's made of swords.
It's sword.
The doggy has a sword for a tongue.
Cerberus has been here all along, over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's his sword almost makes...
I think, didn't you predict there'd be... I think you actually predicted there'd be a third Cerberus because we got two.
That's what I said, because we had two Cerberuses. I said it would be funny now and proper if we had a third.
Yeah, which...
It also makes the land of Marijois almost like the real hell, and Uma almost like the real...
You mean Emu?
Guardian of hell. Sorry, Emu. Almost like the real guardian of hell.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, the hell is on top of the world is a thing Sabo said when he broke in there and saw all their demon forms. It's my sword. All right, next pages. Oh, wait. I accidentally hit the backwards. I was so confused why it looked the same.
Oh, that's so creepy. What's wrong with them? Each one of their faces has a sword. I'm here for this. They all have swords coming out of their throat. Ah! Extinguish your presence, Commander. We need to move. Scramble. Woof. Swish. Return. Hop.
It's like a Pokeball.
If you should survive, come and kill me. I'll be ready for you. Wait a damn second.
You have to be joking. And they're flying away. Woof! You don't mean it. Even I can't handle getting run through by those. Curse you, celestial dragon! Damn you to hell! That's a lot of blood, Loki.
Damn, Loki. You got truly Cerberide.
Okay, this is fair. This is reasonable. This is a cool power. Here's... Summon powers are always interesting to me. Summon powers, I feel like, present such an issue in media where it's like, oh, I have this big monster. But it feels like it's hard to really assess the threat of it because can't you just kick the shit out of the dude who summoned it? Like, couldn't, while these dogs are doing their thing, couldn't you try? Now, granted, it could just be like Big Mom where he's still really strong on his own because it's not like Big Mom's weak because she has her homies. But, like, it makes it hard to quantify Shamrock, if you get my drift, right?
Yes.
Pacifying them at once will be too hard. We need to get to the warrior's children first. Call one more. Very well. Which one?
Fan of these bitches.
They got real good bad guy energy.
I know, in a gross way. I know what I saw. It was red hair. Liar! Shanks wouldn't beat you guys up without good reason. But it's true. I'd recognize him anywhere. Red hair has been in Elbaf many times. Yeah, I guess you would. Shanks is really cool. The guy must have looked just like him.
It's funny that Luffy is right.
Yeah, it is exactly right. We were shocked to see him. We thought, what's he doing inside the castle? Red hair was just in Elbaf, right? So it's not out of the question that he would still be in the area. But if what you guys But if what you're saying is true, that wasn't Shanks. Shanks is a cheerful guy who isn't full of himself, and he never does anything messed up like that. You trust him so much. Of course I do. Look, Nami, wouldn't you be mad if someone said stuff like that about Malmare? You mean Belmare?
Can we? I need to take a pause here for something important. You started watching the One Piece dub, right?
Yeah.
You sound so fucking much like Colleen Clinkenbeard when you do Luffy now.
Do I?
Yeah, like your Luffy used to not sound anything like Colleen Clinkenbeard, but since you started watching the dub, chat, do an agreeing emote if you agree that Mama's Luffy now sounds so much fucking like Colleen Clinkenbeard, right? Okay, look at that. Look at all those yas. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Also, look how he's just saying her name wrong, just like me. Luffy and I are the same idiot. So I guess they were two identical people. Maybe they're brothers? Shanks' brother? I guess that could be true.
So funny that that's
true. But I never heard him talking about his family. Just that he was on a pirate ship ever since he was little. I thought Roger and Rayleigh were those guys were his family. The Roger pirates, aside from Buggy.
Oh shit, this guy is gonna be Scopper Gaban because they're showing him just as they're talking about the Roger pirates. Looks like I was wrong. Oh well, I'll accept a loss. I'll accept an L. But shit, he's here. They're showing him right as they're talking about the Roger pirates. All right.
What the fuck is that down in the left-hand corner?
That's the guy.
What the actual fuck is that?
All right, next page.
They put their own hieroglyphs.
Team Frankie, Jewel Team Adam Tour. Jewel Tree, not T. Jewel Tree Adam Tour. Here, there, it's all there. I actually scrolled down. Sorry, I pressed the space bar. Here, there, everywhere, it's all Adam. Guess this wood's not that rare after all. Is it really that valuable across the sea? Maybe I should start going to business and selling it. You're the one who should be stopping it, Ripley. Saul already scolded me once. This is a holy tree. Don't you go cutting a piece of it loose now. Good impression. Anyway, if you have to cut the wood and haul it off without any giants noticing, I guess that explained the price. What's that? It's a mural. They're children's drawings from the ancient past, carved into the fossilized tree bark. It's a cultural relic due to its historical value. Really? Kids' scribbles? They're estimated to have been drawn somewhere between 800 and 900 years ago. That's very specific years, which, if correct, puts them right in the period of the Void Century. What? We gotta show this to Robin. I'll tell her about it later. Gotta say, for a drawing from Elbaf, they don't look at all like giants to me. That's right. In the history we're familiar with, there were sometimes wars between the races. Okay, so we see what either looks like oars or... Okay, hear me out, right? One of them's a Shandian or Skypian or something for sure, right? Wait, no, those are scales. That's a mermaid. That's a mermaid. That's a mink.
Mermaid.
That's a mermaid. That's a mink. And that's either one of the Oni, like Kaido, one of the ancient giants, or whatever.
It looks like a giant robot,
that's what I was going to say. The Iron Giant, Emmet, is the other thing it could be. But otherwise, yeah, that's probably... Yeah, that's definitely a mink and a mermaid for two of them.
Mink, mermaid, and I think an Emmet.
But never cultural exchange. Your turn.
Bitches. Maybe that simply means this was nothing more than a child's dream. The Walrus School. Yay! Eek! Listen up, children. We're in the middle of a lesson. The Owl Library. So this is Harley. Sure is. Wow. It's huge and old, dusty. All the various myths and legends of Elbaf were created based on this original text.
Whoa.
Since there's so many interpretations of it, and it means the sun god of all the warriors of Elbaf believe in has a different personality depending on who tells the story. Ain't that funny? Hey, may I read it? Oh, of course. The story's split up into 3 chapters. They say the 3rd chapter describes the world we live in today. It's about something that's gonna happen into the future. This aligns with my thinking of wars, if that's how you think about the chapters.
Yeah.
Okay, let's mark this page in our brain. 14, 15.
Look, every page has been marked. This is all crazy, dude.
God, I don't even know where to start. I almost just put a sticky note on it because I forgot.
Yeah. So
I was reading
something you've almost put a sticky note on your screen.
Yes.
I want to say something that I was noticing, it felt crazy that everyone was saying this chapter was going to go so hard and be wild, because last chapter didn't feel like it left off in that way. Like, it felt like normal arc setup. So this is fucking crazy to me that we're just jumping into all this shit. So yeah, in fact, yeah.
The legend of Nika are seated all throughout the world. The one common feature is that he always shows up laughing to this rhythm. Doom da da da, doom da da da. Shall I read it now? The first world. Within the earth there was fire. Mankind. Doom da da da.
Whoa,
doom.
Holy fuck. I get why everyone was bringing up the moon murals, but this is clearly a different art style. This is like a different culture entirely. Like,
look, Drawk, over down there on the right hand side.
Yeah.
With the way that the people are coming up on those conveyor belts with the first world was fire.
Oh my god. That's
similar, and so is inside the boat in front of it. So it's different cultures writing about the same thing.
But let's just say how fucked up something is real quick. Before we read anything, I want to point out how fucked up. Those are just skyscrapers, my guy.
Yep.
Those are just skyscrapers of fucking factories, dude.
Going into a dragon of some sort.
What the fuck? What the fuck is happening now? What is here? The first world. Within the earth there was fire. Mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. The enslaved prayed, and the sun god appeared. The earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness, and they will never meet. Okay, does that mean that Blackbeard's the earth god?
Say again.
Okay. The earth god raged with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness, and they will never meet. So if it shrouds the world in darkness, it could be Emu. The earth god could be Emu. That would make sense for a Satan figure, and it looks like he's a cartoon devil. All right. The second world. Within the void there was breath. The forest god tamed demons, and the sun spread the fires of war. Those of the half moon dreamed. Those of the moon dreamed. Man killed the sun and became God, and the sea god stormed, and they will never meet. The fuck does this shit mean?
That is so similar to the Japanese lore.
The third world. Within the chaos there was emptiness. The inconvenient remnants recall the promised day. The inconvenient remnants recall the promised day. So that's okay, so the third world describes the current world. So within the chaos, there was emptiness. Within the chaos, just being the state of the world with pirates and everything separated. The inconvenient remnants recall the promised day is going to, that's the clan of D.
Third world, there's Luffy, look.
And Luffy. The voice of the half moon. There's been a theory for a long time that the initial D is a half moon. That's the thing people talk about all the time, is that the initial D is just a half moon. So this is absolutely the clan of the D. The sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. So Luffy is supposed to guide this third world to its end so that we can have the fourth world. The sun...
And he's there, and if you look, there's Emmett. there's a giant.
Yep.
There's all the different regatta and other people fighting against the dark thing that's trying to take away the sun.
Oh my god, that's Loki.
Which could be Loki.
No, the big one with the horns is just, it has Loki's hat and hair. That's just fucking Loki.
Oh, yeah, that is Loki.
And that's Shirahoshi. Look how big Shirahoshi is. That mink, I don't know, does Carrot use it? Is that fucking Wanda? Carrot doesn't use a sword.
Long tail. But I mean, I bet it's not perfect.
Holy shit, that's King.
Who is that giant whale?
I have no idea who the giant whale would be, but look at the dark one with a flame above, a flame halo. That's King.
King.
Oh, and a Tontata, the little one. Oh, and those are top knots. Those are samurai. That's and that's the flag of Arabasta. So that's Arabasta on one of the ships. That's Wano with the samurai ship. That's Shirahoshi.
It also makes you wonder if this is First World and there was war, First World War, Second World War, Third World War. And if that's like Laboon and Laboon had to be there, then the Conbelt needs to go bye-bye, the red line needs to go bye-bye.
Probably. Holy shit. All right, you can take them off of emote only mode now that we've read it all, but we have to stare at this for a while. I understand what someone's saying where they've never looked at a manga panel for longer. Okay. So, let's get to the very basic of it, which is the first world is humanity. So it says humans very specifically. It says mankind, right? So probably humanity. So probably not the Lunarians that I was thinking were in charge. It started with humanity. They made an industrial civilization common to our, similar to our own. Do you agree with that so far?
Yeah. If we're looking in the first world, the one thing that I'm stuck on is the Forbidden Sun.
I think that's the Mother Flame.
Yeah.
Sorry, Drawk. People are saying you skipped the last couple lines.
What? Oh, right. We didn't read that. The sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun returns and brings a new morning, and they will surely meet.
I like how it's they never meet, and they surely meet.
So is this about people coming together? Is this about the gods coming together? Okay.
It's also about all the different people needing to come together, which
Luffy?
is why the fuck has to go away.
No! It's what you've been saying the whole time, that Luffy's the fourth weapon.
Yes, he definitely is.
Yeah, because there's a forest god, right?
Yep.
There's so there's the sea god, the forest god.
The inconvenient remnants are the D clan.
And the earth god.
Yeah. The promised day and hear the voice of the half moon. The inconvenient remnants.
That's the D clan, for sure.
Because the half moon could be the D clan.
Yeah.
The promised day and hear the voice of the half moon.
I think the voice of the half moon is just the D. Like, I think that's them.
I would agree.
Forest god tamed demons being devil fruits. That makes so much fucking sense.
How do I print this off? I need this in my life.
Well, for starters, you click copy image. Or save image as is probably more convenient. Just right click, save image as, and then print it once it's an image on your computer. Simple as.
It's wild of you to assume I have a printer. Printers and I are angry.
Sometimes it's as simple as that, baby. Okay, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Okay, let's read this again bit by bit. I'll read the first
one. I gotta draw one now that we're in the discussion. I'm supposed to draw. That's the whole premise of the show. Someone even paid for paid bits for a modification, but Jesus Christ.
Like what even to draw?
I mean, like, dude.
Look at those goddamn skyscrapers.
Dude, I mean, what? Yeah, so that was, well, I've thought for a long time that we were going the direction that the world used to be like ours. That was going to be a point that we made. The Forbidden Sun. Can I have a qualm with Oda real quick?
Yep.
It feels like the Forbidden Sun is going to be a way of talking about nuclear power. Guys, nuclear power has more flashy disasters, but if you look at the number of deaths caused by nuclear power per kilowatt generated compared to every other power source we have, it's just good, fam. There's no stopping climate change without nuclear. Solar and wind are lovely in theory, but humans are not good at storing electricity yet, so they don't work. We need nuclear. I'm sorry.
On the other hand, we are really moving forward in battery technology.
Not large scale batteries, not large scale batteries for storing enough power for cities. For personal power, for like personal solar, yes, that level. But as far as the scale enough for like civilization,
listen to me, human.
Yep.
Draw the mural.
I'm thinking about it. I'm not drawing the whole mural.
Sessions, I say you draw the mural.
We'll see what happens.
I think you draw the left-hand side of the mural. So we're in modern day.
Wait. So you understand that there's two parts that you could call modern day.
I want you to go all the way to the left.
This fits my theory, I'm realizing. Now, it doesn't fit my theory in that it seems as though the moon people are not slavers like I thought they were. It's just going to be humans were the slavers the whole time, which, you know what? Fair enough. I wanted different. I thought it'd be cool. Whatever. Hear me out on this, okay? Within the void, there was breath. I don't know what that means. Wait, that means within space, there was breath. Within space, there was life. The forest god tamed demons, and the sun spread the fires of war. So the forest god making devil fruits makes perfect sense. That demons being devil fruits, I think that works out, right? Do we agree that that's the best interpretation?
Yes. No. I just agree with it for now in premise, because I'm reading over things at the same time and just looking at things.
Those of the half moon being the D clan dreamed. We agreed. We know that Joy Boy was the first pirate. So those of the half moon being the clan of D, they were pirates sailing around. They had a dream, because dreams is what like, Tekking drew it. Oh, fuck. If Tekking drew it, I have to.
Hey, look. Look at the picture where the ark is and the animals are going on 2 by 2 and there's an angel there.
Yes.
And then
you're right. Fuck, that is absolutely, that's absolutely Noah's Ark. So that is Noah's Ark. That is the Noah.
That's the Noah. And then you've got the dude with the...
Wait, if those are the half moon dreamed, the second world is the void century, which is why it's within the void as the start. So the first world is civilization before the void century. Duh.
Half moon dreamed. So the D's, those of the moon dreamed.
Yes, that's the Lunarians for sure, right?
Lunarians. Man killed the sun and became God, and the sea god stormed, and they will never meet.
Oh, no, this is so easy. I think, okay, this is easy as fuck. Humanity won the war with the Lunarians and the D clan. The sun was Joy Boy. They killed Joy Boy, who was their main rival. They became God. Exactly. The human kings who led humanity during the Void Century became gods. They became the Celestial Dragons, right? And the Sea God stormed is probably whatever they did, whatever power they had, probably an ancient weapon, to raise the sea levels.
Yes.
Okay.
I think what I'm looking at is why is the tree of life in the center right now? You've got the Noah. You've got the electrical power, which feels kind of like
Enaru, because we see the Arc Maxim up there.
Yeah, and you've got the Arc Maxim up there and the Arc on the bottom.
Yeah.
And the Arc Maxim is shooting
lightning
into the tree.
Which makes sense. It makes Enaru not an inventor. He just found the old blueprints for the Arc Maxim, probably in Burka.
They're on top of Zo. The Ark is inside of Zo.
Are they?
It looks like Zo meets a boat. So if you look at the shape, it looks like Zo.
Oh my god, it does look like an elephant. You're right. What the fuck?
I think they've made it so it's intentionally more than one thing there.
Yeah,
if you look at it, it just looks like a boat.
This is fucked. This is so crazy. This is fucked. What the shit? Guys, you were right. You were right that this is insane. You were right. I take everything back. You were all right. This is
Okay, so
crazy.
I think I'm right. I think it is Zoe that you have someone like that looks like Emu standing on him because there's like ore things coming out of it. You could be under the idea that it was a boat,
The
but then
ore
explain to me what the other pocket is around
So
it. The
the
whole
ores
gray
coming out
object.
of that boat make it the Arc Maxim to me. I think Enaru didn't invent the Arc Maxim. I think he found the
No,
blueprints.
I don't think so either. I think that it's part of the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, because the ores were on the Arc Maxim. That feels like a giveaway that it's it. It's the right shape. It's shooting lightning. That's the Arc Maxim. No, it is absolutely Zoe that they're coming up with the sun. So there's elevators. So they were harvesting. Okay. I think we need to look at the first world because I think we figured out the third world and we figured out the second world, right? So
Yes,
to
the
go.
reason I'm stuck on Zoe for a minute is I'm moving past Zoe to see
Yes.
the story that comes up with the battle over the Mark Axum in the sky in front of the moon, where he would have been going off to, and he talked about his other gods that were up there. The
Yeah.
tree of life in this one is almost representing the void century. The tree of life is also representing what looks like the red line, a blocking from everyone joining together. But then something happens, which could be the erasing of the red line, and then everybody comes together again to fight against the darkness.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go through how I think we've read the second world and third world so that people can be okay with us kind of like ruling them out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Second world, within the void, within space, within the time where history was being erased, there was breath. The forest god. We don't know what the forest god is. Tame demons, but we think we agree that the forest god taming demons was the first devil fruits being born. I think that's being put on the middle. Do you want to agree with me that I think the reason we're shown Adam in such great detail is that Adam is where the devil fruit come from? Wait, no, they're not, because there used to be a second tree called Eve. Do you want to agree with me on that? That Eve is where the devil fruit come from?
Yeah, because within the void, and that's the center, they're trying to tell us that the void century is the center, which is why it says the second world and it's over top of the void century and the creating of the red line. Within the void century, there was breath. But the forest god tamed demons, and we know about a bunch of demons, and the forest god is taming devil fruit, which is type of demon.
Yep.
And the sun spread the fires of war. So we know that, is it the sun god now?
I think the sun here is Joy Boy / Nika.
I do too.
Like, I think
So
Joy Boy and Nika
fires,
are different figures for sure.
So he spreads the fires of war as a way of compensating. Oh, even more. The more I look at it now, the top of the Noah is Zanesha's eye, and the shape of Noah would be Zanesha's like giant ass ear over the trunk. They've just used that because I think people are like, no, it can't be that, but realize that on the other side, on the right hand panel, the dragon goes into gray, and that part is part of its body as well as part of the buildings.
But
why are they making that specific shape? Why are those dudes carrying fire up the back of what? Nothing? Just to a weird boat that's blended in? That's Zanesha, 100%.
The sun god working with Lunarians equals Mother Flame. I think Mother Flame was this ancient technology. I think Mother Flame was...
I would agree.
Like, I think Mother Flame is the forbidden sun that was being tamed.
I would absolutely agree. And then we've got the other Arc Maxim up in there.
Y'all, no wonder you wanted us to talk about this for hours. Jesus Christ, guys.
What is the one firing at the other fire with the... You know what's wild?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to redraw this. I'm going to draw our theories about it as I'm going.
Okay, so you're going to draw Zanesha more clearly and stuff?
Yes. I'm going to draw a visualization version of what we're talking about.
So they knew the earth was going to flood. So I think that's, they touch the goddamn flame. They flood the earth. That's why you needed Noah. And the water on the bottom is both fire and water at the same time.
God, dude. Okay. So I want to clear up second world. So let's go through again because we paused to redescribe. So let's clear this out. Let's be clear. Second world, within the void century, there was breath. The forest god tamed demons, so we think Eve was the birth. We don't know what the forest god is. Do you think we have information enough to say what the forest god is at this point? Or do you think we just kind of need to let that slide?
Slide for a little while and we'll come back.
I think we'll come back to it. I think I agree. I think we'll be paused too long if we think about it.
Yeah.
We'll get back to Serpent of Hellfire, friends. We'll get back to that. Everyone should have this panel open, by the way. No reason not to have this panel open, y'all. Okay. Those are the Half Moon Dreamed. That is the birth of joy.
From right to left,
Yeah.
though, we would cover everything. We would go through it only as you were drawing it.
I'm not gonna be able to draw it on pace with what we're talking about. Those are the Half Moon Dreamed. We agree that sounds like the D clan being formed. We've said the D clan is the pirate crew, so this is Joy Boy's pirates setting out to sea.
I would agree.
It feels like it fits everything about One Piece. That is them flying off to sea, going to sail.
Mark is that with the big dot in the middle and the small circles around the outside and the boat off to the left there.
Sorry, say what?
Whose mark is that again?
Who's what?
See where there's a sail, and
That's-
on one of the sail.
I think that's the Alabasta flag.
That's what I was thinking, but I couldn't remember and I wanted to make sure I was right.
Yes, so I think that's Alabasta. So there we go. We have that's the crew being formed. Those of the moon dreamed. Okay, so that would be the Lunarians. Man killed the sun, became God. I think that's Emu and the celestial dragons becoming gods of the world. Simple as. The sea god stormed is the raising of the Grand Line, so the raising of the oceans, the consuming of the world, and they will never meet is all peoples being separated. Okay. The third world we've already been over, but just to reiterate, within the chaos there's emptiness, inconvenient remnants, recall a promised day, hear the voice of the Half Moon. That is the will of D. The voice of the Half Moon is the will of D, right? We agree with that?
Obviously, yeah.
Yep. The sun god dances and laughs, that's Luffy awakening. Guiding the world to its end, that's Luffy bringing this chapter to its end. The sun returns, same difference, brings a new morning, that's the birth of the fourth world. And surely they will meet is the world coming together. Who would be the full moon? Those of the moon, I think are Lunarian. I think that's the Lunarians. How do you feel about those of the moon being Lunarians?
This is why I wanted to print it out, because I would like to compare the mural on the wall of the moon to this more. I'm going to pull it up in a minute. But
you don't have a printer, huh?
But also it can be those of the moon, like the minks change because of the full moon.
Okay. You have those murals saved on your tablet. Just grab your tablet quick. I'll wait. We'll vamp. People can wait for you. Are you doing it? Did she go? I don't know if she went.
Opening up another panel so I can open up the moon.
I'm being a teacher and not having a printer. Shake my head. So real. It's the end of the third age. It's the Lord of the Rings. All right. So we have a pretty clear sense, minus the forest god. We don't know what the forest god is. I'm trying to figure out part of this. To me, I wonder, like, genetic manipulation, I still think is part of it. I don't know where that fits into this. Because it wouldn't be being brought up so much by Vegapunk if that wasn't part of the history, I believe. Okay.
It's not there. I'm pulling up them.
Same four gods mentioned in the Nolan flashback. The Nolan flashback mentions the same four gods, but the sea god is referred to as the river god. Interesting.
Moon mural.
What is the serpent of hellfire? Okay. The earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness. They will never meet. What is the serpent? What is the earth god? What is the serpent of hellfire? What a great question this is. So the top of the world is being referred to as hell, so it could be Emu. It could be, I think Emu or Blackbeard are the likely candidates of the earth god.
Well, the last one looks like, I know you were Blackbeard, but that last one looks so emu-ish.
Wait a minute. They will never meet. They will never meet is being used to say things are being separated. Okay?
Yes.
Here,
with the red line.
The red line. The serpent of hellfire is the red line.
Red line. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And the Earth God...
I already talked about how they had to get rid of the red line.
Yes, okay. So, and if we think the Sea God is what raised the oceans, then it makes sense that the red line is the world serpent, the serpent of hellfire that is covering the world.
Yes. That it's an intentional thing to divide the world and keep people from coming together because then they could survive.
Okay, they will never meet is marks of separation. They will surely meet is a mark of connection. We agree on that. So our reading is that is the sea god... That's weird because it would make the sea god Uranus, right? Because Uranus is the one, not Neptune, that is raising the sea levels.
Because I think that there's something in my stuff from the Japanese lore.
Y'all, we're cracking it. We're at the bottom of this. We're getting to the fucking bottom of this, guys. You've never had geniuses like this working on this before. That's what I'm telling you. You've never had... You haven't had detective work like this on the case before. That's what I'm saying. So the Serpent of Hellfire, that's our... Holy fuck, y'all were right, though. Y'all were right that we had to give this our all. This panel deserves fucking hours. How are you right? How were you all right? The gods seem like nature's reaction to tampering. I don't agree. I don't agree because I think... Core of the Earth is the mother flame? Maybe. Maybe they were actually harvesting the core of the Earth, but I think it's supposed to be nuclear power, right? What is Oda on? Dude, this shit's crazy. Believe they're related to Serpent of Hell, Cerberus page. You will notice the introduction boss does describe him as a fruit, just a Cerberus. I agree. I agree. Chat, that's fucking it. That's fucking all. We are leaving here with a prediction for what every line means. That's what I've decided. Mom and I aren't done today until we have a prediction on every line. Are we going to be 100% right? Yes. Probably not. Where we're wrong, we will admit when we're wrong. However, fucking every single line here, we are going to have an explanation for. We're not leaving with a single line of this as mystery, stupid, handsy, wavy bullshit. Fucking every figure on this map, every person on this picture, and every line of poetry in this fucking story, we are going to give you an explanation for what it is. I'm going to tell y'all what all these are. I'm going to tell y'all what every one of them ones is. Count the leaves? No, I'm not counting the leaves. Fuck that. I'm not telling you why.
Left for 2 seconds and I come back and your ass is like making big
I think we can do it. Hear me out on my promise, right? In detail. My promise in detail is that by the time we leave today, we are going to have a theory, whether correct or not, for every line on here. We are going to have a thought. I think we already have most of them down. We are going to be saying what we think every line means. And we are going to say what every part of this picture represents, we think.
Okay, so I just want to say, first of all,
yes.
Okay. I'm looking at my weapons notes.
Okay. The elevator people going down with halos coming out carrying sunballs is very interesting.
Those look like mother flame balls that are being used to power things almost.
It does. It does look that way. It looks like a small amount of mother flame is being used to give people the halos, which is letting them go down and harvest hellfire and come back out with mother flame. That's crazy.
Or it looks like it's halos. Like
wait a minute. People are saying there's 20 of them. Is that true? Because if so, that's the 20 kings. And that's Emu as with the one with the crown.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I only have 18. Oh, 19, 20.
So that's the 20 kings. They're giving their power to Emu. They are harvesting it. They are harvesting their... I don't think it's Lunarians or Shandians, though, because look, they're going in with a halo, but they're only going in with a halo after they're being given little bits of mother flame. No, yeah, we're indicated by the hands which way they're going. They're making the mother flame with human sacrifice. That's very possible. Is it souls? Is mother flame souls? What the fuck?
It could be, because keep in mind, we do have soul things.
There are slaves under the city too. Okay, the first world. Let's try to... Can we just say that thing on top's a dragon? Like, that's a dragon, right?
Coming down to the sky? Yeah, that's a dragon.
And we've talked before about how we believe that Uranus, like, all of them have an animal, we think, and we think Uranus is a dragon, and that's why dragons keep coming up.
Honestly, think, like, I'm just trying to figure out some of the stuff that he put in there that we're going to brush over, and then it's going to matter.
No,
like,
no, we're doing it all. Every part of this.
No. I'm talking about this. There had to be 7 warlords. They kept talking about how there had to be 7 warlords. Why? And how does this show us that connection? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Interestingly, there's 7 ships.
7 ships, huh? But one of them is on side with Emu, right? Is
it, or is it attacking?
No. The boys are facing our guys. I think those are on Emu's
I know
side.
they're facing, but I kept asking, like, is that just a directionality thing? Because it's a flat cave picture.
Okay, so there's 3 big giant monster figures. I think the last one's Emu. Do you agree?
1, 2. How many grossi do we have? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, and there's 5 elders in the ship. No, there's 6. There's 6 in the ship. Well, fuck.
There's 6.
Fuck.
Well, what is that thing
okay,
at the front?
Someone's saying to look at chapter 292 title that covers Nolan's backstory. Can you investigate while I'm drawing?
I can. Okay. No, because if it's Emu, that big giant thing would be Emu.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Sun down.
I'm thinking the big giant thing's Emu. What the fuck is Blackbeard up to? What's his deal? Where's he fit into this shit? Because he's part of this shit. You know he's part of this shit. Okay, I gotta look. Can you tell me? What's chapter 292's title? Tell me when you find out.
I'm getting there. I gotta open it on a different thing. Shonen Jump! Chapter! Fuck you! 2!
Y'all. You believe Blackbeard represents repeating the cycle? I don't disagree. I've been thinking that same thing. I've been trying to figure that out. Cerberus's fruit is Shamrock's sword. Yeah, dude, we'll figure this out.
Chapter 292, to meet like the half moon, hidden by the... To meet like the half moon, hidden by the clouds?
Yo, we're cracking this shit open today. Yo, we're cracking this shit fucking open today.
What a title. Did you hear that title?
Someone thinks the bird monster's attacking the tree. I think this is a dragon, first of all, and I think he protect the tree. I think he on the tree team. Oh man. Check the panel of the fire dance. Someone's saying to check the panel of the fire dance with the wolves.
But what? Oh yeah. But did you hear that title of chapter 292?
I did, and I'm trying to make... Like, you already knew that meant a thing in Japanese.
Yeah.
I think the D being a half moon is basically confirmed now. Like, that's a theory people have had for a long time, and that just feels real. The Big Mom's fruit have something to do with the 20 souls going to Emu? It could. Who knows? What are they doing? What are they doing? What the fuck are those guys doing? They got slaves, they got robots, they got cranks, they got antenna, they got big smokestacks. And then the Serpent of Hellfire. The Serpent of Hellfire is on their side, it looks like, though. Guys, I think Zunesha helped Emu. I think that's why he's paying penance to Joy Boy.
If you look at it, it's clear that they were on site at one time, that they were rescuing a whole bunch of people. That's why the arc is there. That Zanet. Okay, I'm just going to say the things I haven't been able to say because I've been looking shit up and looking for things. Yeah. I think Zanesha was supposed to be used to like collect all the animals with the ark and the 2x2, and the world was flooded by some change. And then I think it looks like that's emu on top, that scrawny ass thing with the big hat.
Yes, that's Emu for
that
sure.
in order to stay alive. And anyone who doesn't think it's Zanesha, then what the hell is the weird mouth underneath? Like the mouth is open and you can see it. Maybe not there, but I opened up somebody else's piece where they just colored the panel.
Yeah.
And you can see that it's Zanesha.
No, I think it's definitely Zanesha.
And that he ended up helping them because you can see the people coming up at his back, feeding the power of the mother flame back into the industry.
No, I was right. I think I was right. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hear me out, okay? I'm cooking. I just need it to settle in my brain.
Impressionistic. The legs aren't there, Rafe, because it's impressionistic. I will give you guys this picture on Game Rant.
Okay, hear me out. I need to just rant uninterrupted for a second because I'm piecing something together. I've been saying for a long time that I think the Lunarians, the gods of the world, were slavers. I don't think humans were in charge when the world was all industrial like this. I think they were the slaves. Check this out, right? Within the earth there was fire. Mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. I think that was them trying to free themselves, touching the forbidden sun. I think the Lunarians were God. I think they controlled the world. They had the sun tree Adam and the sun tree Eve. They were power. They were the sun. The humanity was supposed to be slaves to the Lunarians. They were supposed to be the enslaved. The enslaved prayed and the sun appeared because it's what you said, that you think Joy Boy and Emu were supposed to be at one point working together. And it's why Zanesha there in the image is helping Emu, right? Okay. Which is why I think that was Joy Boy being like, yeah, I'll help because you are the enslaved. Sun God appeared. Then why did the red line appear? Why did the serpent appear?
Well, that's what I'm working on right now. The reason I sent you that thing the other night saying that the com belt was everything is because I'm just trying to paste this thing. If you look this up, One Piece, The True Meaning of the Harley Text Explained, I haven't read any of it. I'm just using it for the amazing image.
Okay.
You can go there, people, and it says One Piece Elbaf's Ancient Mural Explained. I haven't read it, but the image clearly shows it's Zanesha. You can see Zo with its mouth open, etc., and all the colors are there. Anyways, as I was saying, I've been thinking about the com belt, and one of the reasons I've been thinking about the com belt is you divide the world in half with the red line, which is the serpent that circles the world.
Yeah.
It divides everybody from each other so they can no longer fight together, care for each other, blah, blah, blah. And then, oh, somebody found the thing. Thank you for doing that so everybody can get it. And then after you do that, which was smart, then on either side of it, it isn't just like it's regular ocean. Then you have com belt that on either side of where everybody goes so that it's difficult to get in. And everyone's like, oh, it protects this and this. No, the kings don't need protected. They murder people who get into the com belt. So why do you need to make sure nobody can get into that center area? What are we protecting? Who created it? Why does it work that way? Ugh. So then I started to wonder what the different kings' job was, the serpents, and what they do, and maybe how we are keeping them in there or who wants them to be there. And I think it's part of how we keep the world separated, but I have way more to it. I'm just not.
I'm only now noticing that there are two furries in the lineup fighting Emu. Is the big one maybe Yamato and the little one is a mink?
Let's look.
Because the big one's a wolf. But it's a wolf with a sword, not a wolf with a club. But maybe the weapons are allowed to be wrong.
Where are you is my question, because I'm in a different page now.
I'm still on the mural. I'm only on the mural.
No, I want to look at the mural, but where are you talking about?
The reason I'm calling them furries is because I think one of them is a Zoan, not a mink. I think only one is a mink. I think one is a Zoan, one is a mink. And what do you call them as a group?
Okay, Drawk, work with me.
Yeah.
Where are you, please? So
I'm on the mural. I'm only on the mural today.
Yes, but where?
Two animal people in the lineup fighting Emu, one in the top right of that zone, one in the bottom left of that zone. And I'm thinking
seems to be cat, one of them seems to be dog.
That's not a cat, that's like a squirrel.
I don't know. I think like if they're
I don't know,
claiming
squirrel
children
there.
drew it,
It's like
which is
I
wild.
think the other one might be Yamato because Yamato's fruit is supposed to be the guardian of Wano.
Maybe.
Y'all,
Let me look.
dude. So
Okay, there's a dude falling out. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in the fighting at them boat. And it looks like it's the same type of sails, which would mean it came also from the land we're in right now, that it's also from here because they're the same type of boats, same type of sails.
Okay. Okay, here's where I'm at. Okay? I think Emu, by taking over the world and putting everything in darkness, betrayed Joy Boy.
I agree.
Okay. I think I got it all. I think I got all of these thoughts lined up. I think they were supposed to work together because humans were enslaved by the gods of the world at the time. I don't know if humans were the only ones enslaved, but I think succumb to greed is a metaphor for the fruit of knowledge. Okay? I think the sun tree is literal. The forbidden sun, I think, was... Yes. Look how deep the roots of the sun tree go, right? I think they were harvesting sun from the sun tree. I think that's where Mother Flame comes from, was synthesizing the sun tree. Yes, the sun tree's roots create sunlight for Fishman Island. I think they were going deep underground and for the Lunarians, harvesting sun from the roots of the sun tree. That's what the slaves were doing. And succumbing to greed was taking that for themselves, a metaphor for the Garden of Eden, where God told them not to take it, and they did. They prayed for the sun, both in terms of succumbing to their greed, taking the sun from the roots for themselves, for their own power, and they built the ancient weapons to fight the Lunarians, because the Lunarians had this crazy technology. So they built the ancient weapons powered by the sun tree. Which is why
Except for one little problem.
Mm-hmm.
If you look in a world with the big skyscrapers and you look at the people who are in a boat in front of the skyscrapers under like a false sun.
Yes.
Do you see the two of them there?
Yes.
In behind them with the machine, you can almost see those little dudes who were the dudes on the moon. They're not quite people, smaller. They just have
the
a
automata.
head and a... Do you see them there?
Yeah, the automata. I think you're right that those are the automata for the moon, yeah.
Then you look underneath the people in the boat and you'll see a rocket.
Which boat?
The two people who are with the skyscrapers at the gears.
Yep. Yeah, there's
right
a
under
rocket.
them is a rocket. So it would seem that they were creating the things that they sent to the moon.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. These factories were the Lunarians extracting wealth. They were extracting wealth from the earth for their empire on the moon. They were shipping stuff up to the moon for the Lunarians, and then Emu decided...
But also warriors.
Yes.
Okay,
Wait! Princess Kagura!
Yes.
Princess Kagura is about a plant from the moon that when sliced open had a moon baby. I think this is all a Princess Kagura reference, that the sun tree and I think the two trees, I think the sun, Kaguya, yeah, sorry, not Kagura, Princess Kaguya. I think that the trees were planted by the Lunarians to extract energy from the earth, and that was part of extracting resources. It's basically a colonial metaphor, and they were sending all of this up to the moon when they decided to revolt. And then after the revolution, as the revolution was progressing, why did the red line happen? Why? I think...
Wait.
No.
More things.
I figured it out. Okay. The red line was made by the Lunarians. I think they did that to separate humanity so they wouldn't work together, which is why Emu needed the help of Zunesha to get onto the red line, which is what we see happening.
Which is what we see happening there.
We see Zunesha lifting Emu up because it was the only way onto the red line. The red line was built to divide humanity, and then when Emu took over, he needed to keep everyone divided and raise the sea levels, doing the same thing they did. The Flame Serpent is the red line, yes, which is why the Flame Serpent raged after the revolt. It raged, the Earth God raged after the Sun God appeared, after the revolution started.
There's a couple of questions in here that are curious.
Yes.
Okay, well, there's more than a couple,
Dude,
if I'm going to be honest.
Dude, I'm feeling so solid about this.
Okay, but also, interestingly, the serpent on the right has X's like we use in the world we're in right now. And I think there's going to be 6 of them in total.
God, you're right. Yes. Or is there just meant to be 5?
Or is there meant to be? I think there might be a 6th one hidden in the building.
I think there is meant to be 5 because I think the stripes down the middle are meant to represent the calm belt, and those are meant to represent the seas.
And those are meant to
because X's are always used in One Piece. Crosses in One Piece represent the seas.
Exactly.
So I think it is the formation of the calm belt, and yeah.
That would be the formation of the calm belt then.
Ugh.
And then that would mean the thing in the middle is fighting for us theoretically. So in the beginning, Emu was a good guy. And theoretical, quote unquote, good guy that they gave a ton of power to. Remember a bunch of time ago when we said that we thought the original Joy Boy could have been a good person?
Yes.
Who was corrupted in the process from having absolute power.
Yes.
Maybe that's why Zenetra fought with them.
Oh my god, wait. So you're saying Emu was the first sun god, Joy Boy... Wait. What if Emu was the first and then Joy Boy was the second? The one who was the first pirate.
Exactly.
Emu was the first sun god, Joy Boy was the second, and Emu had already become what he sought to destroy and was like, no, bitch, you're not doing this. Okay, I need to go something else. Because this is making me think about all sorts of shit. Holy fuck, I'm all over the place. I had a realization. A long time ago, someone said, the Lunarians can fly, but everyone else's wings are too weak to fly. Hear me out. Yeah. All of these rockets were being built so that they could revolt. They stopped sending things. They fought back and they stopped sending things to the moon. The Lunarians needed to come from the moon and live on Earth. I think the genetic engineering they started, I think the forest god is genetic engineering. I think the forest god is an ability that allowed them to genetic engineer or something else. Who do we see with wings too small to fly? Okay. The Birkins, the Shandians, the Skypians, right? Right? You agree with me on that? Their wings are too small to fly. They were in charge of Poneglyphs. They sided with Joy Boy. They were trusted. Yeah. They sided with Joy Boy, which means they weren't part of they were part of the revolt. They weren't the Lunarians. I think the Lunarians who didn't side with the revolt, who were never part of Joy Boy's whole alliance, genetically modified themselves to be able to fly on Earth. They could fly on the moon. That's why the moon had no images of people that looked like Lunarians. They didn't add the indestructibility and the flames to themselves until they had to come to Earth and build the red line to live atop of.
I'm not quite there yet because I'm trying.
Yeah, exactly. Legraph. I think the weaker. Okay, sorry. I'll let you sort your thoughts, and I'm going to say what I said more clearly because that was too rambly. Does that sound good?
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. I think the Lunarians, there was only 3 types, the Birkins, the Shandians, and the Skypians when they lived on the moon and were the slavers. I think they had to come to Earth because resources stopped being sent. I think they were using the sun trees to harvest the Earth for power and resources. The miners here are going down to harvest the roots of the sun tree. That's why we see the sun tree able to create light for the Skypians. They came to Earth after the creation of the Red Line. There was a revolt. The Red Line was built. That is the first world. Okay. The second world is the second war where humanity fights the Lunarians on Earth. All of the sky people, all the Lunarians who didn't side with the human, who sided with the human, were not given genetic enhancements. Their wings stayed weak. They were the way they were depicted on the moon where they used to live. The ones who were staying in charge got modified. Genetically modified to be different. They were given wings that could fly on this planet, whereas everyone else's wings only worked back when they lived on the moon. Just like the revolutionaries today. Exactly. So the revolt happens. The forest god is genetic engineering. It is control over life itself. I don't know if it's a godly power that lets them, but I think genetic engineering is the forest god. The devil fruits start being created by the forest god. They are making all of their weapons. They end up losing. Emu takes over. He becomes king. He floods the world. Okay,
I'm going to do 2 things because I want to go through, because it turns out that usually when I go through things and make predictions and stuff, I I read like 2 lines, then I stop, then I get quiet and think and write down and start
Dude,
going
we're
through
taking
the
turns because
internet.
I'm okay with serving half-cooked meals to these people, and then you can come in.
Okay, but what I was going to say is we have this translation, but I think we spent time with the sun god. We know who it was. Mankind succumbed to the greed, but it was mankind who succumbed to the greed and touched the forbidden sun, which makes me wonder if mankind was trying to get up to the moon.
Yes, they were
Not
trying to reach the
necessarily,
station of the gods who lived on the moon, is
not
my
the
thinking.
Lunarians, but mankind itself.
Yes.
And mankind is like, we are going to get our ass up there.
That's what I'm thinking,
And
that
then,
the world was built to harvest things, and then they wanted to reach the station of the gods who
yes.
ruled over them.
Within the earth, there was fire. It could be from the sun tree. It could be from the mother source, which would mean that if you fuck up the mother source, you change the way in which the earth is, and it could start to flood. But also, mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. The enslaved preyed. So part of mankind saw themselves as being bigger. They enslaved others to go and get it. There's a recycling of souls going down. So it's almost like the souls are becoming energy. If you look at the way people are dead, they're going back onto that elevator to the bottom almost, unless they're coming up. Because if you look there, Drawk, it almost looks like both sides are going up in the way that somebody has their arms out to like get that dead person and put them in.
Oh, yeah. So it could just be that
doesn't look like they're going down at all. Like that looks like it's continuously up.
So I actually thought the arms were facing that way to indicate that's the way they're facing, to show us that that side is going down. I thought that's what was happening, but I could see
Same
both.
thing at first, but it might not be. And then the enslaved prayed. So we know that one section of mankind thought they were better than another section and enslaved people. They prayed, and because of their prayer, because they keep talking about the will of D, the will brings about a sun god who appears.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's a Joy Boy thing. I'm thinking it's
I still don't think it was humans enslaving humans at first. I think it was the Lunarians.
I don't know. I'm not. It could be. I'm not there yet. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I think both
the Earth
work.
God raged. My question is, who is the Earth God?
That is the question. Whatever the Earth God is, it made the red line. The red line is its creation.
The Earth God raged, and with its serpent of hellfire, which is the red line.
Yes.
It shrouded the world in death and darkness. Shrouding the world in death and darkness would be the flood.
Well, I don't think so, because I think the flood is the sea god rage. I think it's the creation of the red line.
But it shrouded the world in death and darkness.
But
never the will they meet is obvious because it separates the world, and that's why I think.
But think about this:
it could have flooded right that
man killed the sun and became God, and the sea god stormed.
Floods. But we've been told there's been 3 floods.
Well, we've been told the world has ended 3 times, which I think is...
Yes. So it would make sense to me that it would flood when you put a big thing in the water.
Yeah, but, like, hear me out on that. Doesn't it make sense that that's what Emu did, was raising the sea levels? Like, I think they don't need to be the same thing. I think the red line was made at the end of the first world, and the sea levels were raised at the end of the second.
So the 2 things in the first world that I'm going to spend time on when we get out of here, that I'll try to spend some time here, but where I'm going to focus first is going to be the Earth God.
Oh, someone's saying the Skypeans worshipped the moon as the Earth God and the realm of gods, which actually lines up again with what I was saying, that's where they used to rule from. They were gods and humanity wanted to reach them. That lines up well. The fact that was Eneru called the moon the realm of gods. But yes, it was the land of the Earth gods is what they called. So the moon is the Earth God?
It makes sense because the moon is right there. It's a key feature that we haven't spent a lot of time on.
The moon being the Earth God makes sense. The serpent of hellfire.
And that's why they would have. Yeah. That's why they would be building that rocket.
Someone's saying, okay, so you're a researcher. So do you agree? I'm going to be your interpreter. I'm going to be listening to chat. I'm going to be doing this art. You are a researcher. You're a key researcher. Chat is telling you chapter 287, page 14. Can you track this down?
Yeah. I've looked at the fire and I'm looking. I'll look about what it tells us to check. What page?
287, page 14.
Page 14.
So maybe the sea levels being raised was the first world, and the calm belt being created was the second. I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay, hold up. Wait for her to do this one before you give another one. Someone's also saying page 15.
We have any, Connie? Only a little bit. Vaccinate all of us. Admiral, you can't mean. We're going to have a look around. It's eating away at the crops, too. This is awful. Admiral, there are only sick people here. Aren't there any healthy people? Answer me. What's happening? That's page 14 of
someone corrected and said 15.
Page 15?
Yeah, somebody did a correction.
Take the girl to the altar. God of the sun, God of the rain, God of the forest, God of the earth. We offer you the blood of this girl and ask that you show mercy to our village. It's here. The Kama has arrived. It's the great Kashigama. The snake comes. It comes up. Kami, give her up. It's for the good of the village. Which would say that the snake is the embodiment of the god of the rain, forest, earth, and sun.
Or at least one of them.
God of the sun, god of the rain, god of the forest, god of the earth.
Oh, someone's pointing out early Viz translations weren't as accurate as the current ones.
We offer you the blood of this girl. We ask that you show mercy to our village. The Kama has arrived. It's the great Kashigama, and it's the snake.
Guys, what's Kashigama mean? Someone help me out. It's the serpent and Loki. I know, man.
And then it says, "Oh, great Kashigama, what a divine form you have."
That's actually a good point. Someone is pointing out, we got to bring this up. Loki and the snake have the same pattern, and I wanted to write this off, but actually this makes a lot of sense because Loki in mythology is part of the myth of Ragnarok, Loki being freed from his chains and begins Ragnarok, which ends the world. And part of that is also Jormungandr eating the world as well.
And then a human kills the great serpent in this one. Now that serpent really looks also a lot like the markings on this guy too.
Guys, I'm telling you, the ship on the bottom is Ark Noah for certain.
It's also Zanesh for certain. Did you see the colored picture yet?
No, I'm just in it. I'm just in it, man. I'm only drawing. I'm only interpreting.
We're being chill for a second, and you got to look at the colored version that somebody painted.
Yeah, but that's on them. You know, that's their interpretation.
No, it isn't. They just painted what was there. They literally just painted the things.
But they chose the colors.
Okay, that's fine, but they literally just painted it using the same tones.
Okay. So whose side is the Arc Maxim a weapon from the sky? Like, do we think it's a weapon the Lunarians used to fight the human revolution? Or do we think it's a weapon the humans used? I think it's probably a Lunarian weapon. What do you think?
Oh, when I'm looking at the picture, I really feel like we knew the earth was ending. We pissed somebody off. The serpent is there. And it seems to be on the human side is the problem.
It seems to be on the human side, but like maybe it's striking lightning at Emu, or maybe they stole it. Maybe it's one of the things that humanity stole from the gods, because it seems like that's the whole thing, is they stole the gods' power. Oh my God, wait, Mother Flame. No, it absolutely is. It absolutely is the humans revolting against the gods. Think about how many mythologies. I want you to think about First Nations mythologies and think about the idea of something called Mother Flame being stolen from gods to give humanity fire.
Yeah, also, Drawk, if you look at this picture, and it really embodies it really well when you look at the picture that's colored, because they colored the Mother Flame pieces all the same. Anything that looks like that is colored the same. And it highlights that there's 3 of those little pieces sitting in the middle of the sky around the moon, and 3 of those little pieces around the dark dude in the left-hand corner.
God, yep, that means something.
And so that is definitely a thing.
Someone's saying you can find X marks as on chapter 466's cover. Can I get you on that, professional researcher, Mama Drawk?
Yeah, and it's going to take pictures of these last few pages
Dude.
because they'll be very helpful later on. Guys, we are talking like we're going to come on and do obviously Berserk next week, but we're also talking about doing a special Patreon where we've had time to go through this for a while and
Yes.
synthesize. You guys are in the great hot excitement era.
I wanted to talk to you about an idea that I had, okay?
Yeah.
When you're not in report card season and I'm not moving and we both have a tiny bit more free time, anytime where there's nothing crazy going on for us, how would you feel about anytime people tell us a chapter's hype, we just do like a quick hour-long patron-only live stream of reading the chapter?
Yes.
That way we can just like fit it in the middle of the week, do it casually, hang out with fans.
I would agree, but in the next week, I'm going to eat this. Like,
oh yeah,
I need to go into my cave. I need to pull out all my research. I need to get all my history because this really feels like World War I, World War II, and then a current war.
We have slightly different opinions.
When Dude is talking, when Oda is talking about his use of history and then how he threads it in to tell us about politics that are occurring to the day.
History and mythology.
Yes, we need to start moving history, mythology, and current events through this to see where Dude is going. And then it is going to, I just took a quarter of the shit off of my cork board. I am going to get this picture printed. I'm going to get the moon picture printed. I'm going to get a few others. So guys, put them in the Discord. I'm going to print all these pictures. And then I need to go into deep cork board and then retake a picture, I guess, because it'll be nothing like it was.
So I think, okay. I mean, Cold War is currently happening, Mama said before, that we are just...
we had been in the Cold War.
We've been in the Cold War, where there is mutually assured destruction holding off conflict.
Yes.
Okay. Let me go through this, and I want you to highlight all the places where you disagree, because I feel like we mostly agree, but there's places we disagree.
First, what page was the last one I was told to
look 486, I think. Let me double check. My cursor vanished. No, it's just very slow. 466 is cover. 466 cover.
466 is cover.
Dude, we got a whole team helping us out with this. We got chat. We are research teams together. Mama Drawk, you are head researcher. These are your hunters. We can look at 470 and 472 as well, guys.
Picture earlier because Eneru's great space mission where he goes into the dark underground city on the moon looks a lot like kind of it's got the X's on it in the same way.
Tell me what the X's are on.
Same symbolism. The X's are on the building and they're very specific in between just specific types of buildings. But also it looks like they were built up before and that they're underground now, but they were built up before. Kind of like if somebody was rebuilding a city on the moon, if they had left Earth, kind of like here, we have that rocket ship. They're powering the rocket ship with these parts of the Mother Flame as well. They're also powering this great beast and the machine of this great beast. But there's some of the symbolism in here is similar. They're right.
Thank you, Waiki. Y'all, I'm at this. We got this. Ugh. Okay.
I'm gonna need more cranberry juice. How am I supposed to think without cranberry juice?
So I have a slight disagreement, and I want to run by you both options because I am feeling so torn on which one I think is more likely.
Get cranberry juice. I'm a thinker.
Okay, you get your brain cranberry juice. I'm gonna get a new diet soda. Guys, we're gonna be back in moments. Moments, I'm telling you. I need soda.
No.
Okay, chat. Holy fuck, what just happened? I leave for 5 minutes and y'all lose your mind out here. Ozzy Lelowin gifting a pile of subs again? Holy shit, Ozzy. Check it out, guys. Check it out. What's happening? Chocolate chip cookie, motherfuckers. Let me tell everyone you a story, okay? This is the story. You can go to the store. You can go to your grocery store, your nearby grocery store, and buy Pillsbury cookie dough. And you might be like, but isn't that worse than making your own cookies? And I would agree. They changed the recipe on me. These are delicious. I used to love making cookies from scratch way more than a Pillsbury cookie dough cookie. Like the Pillsbury cookie dough. You know what it is? You know what it is? They at some point changed the recipe because they found out people were eating them raw. They found out people were eating the cookie dough, right? That was the thing. And they changed the recipe to make it safe to eat the cookie dough. And when they did that, these fuckers started to taste good. Like, I didn't used to like these, and I tried them because my wife wanted the house to smell like cookies, and we're moving, so everything's a mess, and I didn't want to go out of my way to make cookies, so I bought some cookie dough. Weirdly good. I used to not like this shit, but like, damn.
Okay, the thing we're going to fight against, the Void Century being the tree of life, means the answer to why they were able to erase that section of time is found within the tree of life.
Okay.
And the tree of life is connected to their ability to erase it.
Here's what I want to do next, okay? I've been thinking about how to tackle where we're going, all right? I want to bring up all of the places where I've noticed us splitting along two possible paths for what could be, okay?
I'm telling you, I never stick to a thing until I've had a lot of...
Oh, no, I know. I'm not stuck to anything. I have my favorite version of this. Okay. So, I want to go to a simple one. Actually, so at first, I wanted to debate and say, hey, what if the red line and the earth god is like Akainu's devil fruit? And here's why I want to disagree with that. I think we both agree that the tree of life capturing demons is devil fruits being made. Do you want to just be with me there and agree on that?
Now I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so we're going to say everything in the first world can't be devil fruit related. We agree?
Yes.
Okay. We're solid. Nothing in the first world is devil fruit related. Now, debate number one. Are people getting their little... I think, here's my take. The little people there are being given halos, which we see later being shown how our boy King is flying around, right? So we see the halo being King. I think they are being given halos to go into the mines to be able to harvest and fill up their halos with the light of the mother flame. And they're supposed to do that for the Lunarians, and instead they gave the power to Emu. And Emu, like, stole a bunch of their shit. That's why he is the Arc Maxim. That's my belief. That is my main belief. But you have the opposite belief that is possible, that, like, both elevators going up, not one up, one down, and the elevators are them harvesting dead people and turning them into Mother Flame, or people dying to harvest it, right?
Dying to harvest their souls.
So those are two possible paths. We're going to note them both down. Those are both possible. The Arc Maxim could be attacking him. It's real hard to say, in my opinion. Okay.
Yeah. If you look in the colored version, there's kind of a little better way of seeing it.
Now.
Okay. Interesting, too, that Joy Boy's shield comes from Vivi's land, which makes you wonder if there really is something there. And the thing that they were protecting in Alabasta isn't just the Pont glyph. It's part of what makes... Remember when Robin said in Alabasta, this is just about another weapon? What if that weapon was Joy Boy, Luffy?
Well, she said
that's why he has...
we can't. She later confirmed it was the location of Pluton being on Wano.
That's fine, but listen to me.
Yeah.
What if there's stuff in Alabasta that is like, you'll see that Luffy is holding a sword and a shield, and the shield had his Alabasta symbol on it.
True.
It makes me wonder if there's something in Alabasta that is given to Luffy to help him become the weapon that will defeat this thing trying to take away the sun.
I could see it. Okay.
I don't know if it's just the Ancient Kingdom logo or not. Why? The question for me is always this: whenever I'm reading anything or I'm trying to discern what an author is thinking, I would ask myself, they have to draw so many things. Take a look at this mural, it's huge.
Yeah.
Take a look at Drawk drawing. It takes a lot to do this detailed of a thing. They wouldn't just put something there.
No, all of this is on purpose. Every part of it.
That's the third world. So every single part here, if an author, an illustrator is illustrating it, it doesn't just mean something from the past. It's relevant in the third world now.
Okay.
So it makes me wonder whether or not this is an ancient weapon given to Joy Boy to help defeat from Alabasta.
So I want to talk about another deviation we've had in thought. Because I agree, but I don't know what that could be. So I want to keep going into deviations for now, so that we can kind of refine where we're at and have like a clear idea of where we agree and disagree, and where we think there's only one interpretation right now, and where we think there's two. So the next one I want to talk about is either humanity enslaving humans or the Lunarians, the moon people, enslaving humans. I fully lean on the moon people being more likely, because they were called gods, and I think it fits better with maybe not the historical side, but I think it fits better with the mythological side of One Piece's influences, to have the mother flame that humans were tempted to take be a thing that was for the gods. And fucking everything in Japan uses Princess Kaguya's inspiration, and it fits perfectly to have a plant from space be used to harvest the light of the earth by aliens. Like, that fits Princess Kaguya so fucking well that is my leaning, and it fits First Nations mythology, and it fits Christian mythology. Where of the two options of the humans having been enslaved to humans or having been enslaved to the moon people, which do you lean more towards?
My problem is that in the first phase, it looks like they are creating the little robot people that are going to the moon and sending there to fight on their behest.
That's, well, they might be sending them to fight. My thought was they were using them to send resources to the moon, that the little dudes were sending what they harvested for the Lunarians to the moon. I agree they're sending stuff to the moon. But I think they're doing it for the Lunarians, and then they stop, and that's the revolution and why the red line is made.
You can also see in the original, which I'm trying to find, Moon Mural One Piece, in this original one with my great good friend, that we saw ancient peoples building the little dudes.
Yeah.
Why is this being such an arse hat?
And we know
Sorry, I'm just
we know at some point those were created on Earth, because their blueprints still exist, because we've seen scientists on Earth recreate those little dudes.
Exactly.
So I think they were made, but I think they were made on Earth to send stuff to the moon. And here's why. Remember what Enru said. The sky is for the gods, and that endless verse, fairy verse, is a world for the gods. I think humanity weren't allowed to set foot on the moon, so they needed the robots to deliver stuff for them, because the Lunarians, the moon people, wouldn't allow lesser beings onto the moon.
I can totally get behind that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
There are 4 gods in that picture too, which would be earth, forest, rain.
Someone's saying, what if the city we see on the right is on the moon? I'm not feeling that. Are you?
Okay, at first I had that question too, because I was like, it's very possible that that's the moon thing, because it looks like the city that's underground, and the city underground does have some of those gears and stuff.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the picture of the moon mural with him, that's a huge thing for them too, all the gears and everything.
Yeah.
But I think it's earthbound.
Hear me out. Hear me out on something, okay? I think where do we see the Serpent of Hellfire? Over the city.
Sorry.
I think the reason we don't see the city anymore is all of the major cities were smothered by the creation of the Red Line. That the death and destruction was the molten rock of the Red Line forming, destroying all the major cities of humanity to create the mountain for the Lunarians to live upon when they came to Earth to conquer it.
I like this idea.
So I think those cities used to be here, and they have been fucking evaporated.
Which we know is very possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Why is there not just one long picture on the internet of the moon mural? Why is this so hard?
No, this all fits into my theory so well, I'm realizing. I'm realizing this fits into my theory so well. Because, guys, part of my theory was all the different forms of humanity only existed because of the Lunarians' genetic tampering of their slaves after separating the world, which makes perfect sense if this is the case. Okay, can I explain why I think the dragon's there? Because someone's saying we haven't addressed the dragon.
Yeah, go ahead.
How did Vegapunk make a dragon?
Well, through the devil fruit.
No, he used genetic engineering.
Oh yeah, genetic, sorry.
So my thinking is that the dragons represented the power of the Lunarians, that the dragons were like their weapon to defend themselves, and they created them with genetic engineering the same way they created devil fruits. I think I stand by that. I think the Lunarians created dragons to be their weapon, to be their protectors.
Lots of people think that the 3 images in here are 3 new gods.
The thing is, we've seen a god and it's just fucking Luffy. We've seen a god and it's just like the guys in charge of the world government. I don't think god means what it means in other series, guys. I think god is just the word in One Piece for someone so powerful that what are you going to do about it? Sorry, what was that?
Also, it's people online, not them.
Oh, okay.
Also, somebody else painted the thing. Like when I'm talking about the elephant, I'm talking about like this person didn't put the elephant's mouth in there. They still saw it as an elephant, but they didn't put the mouth on there, which was whatever and dumb. But they did paint the serpent to the right red, which made sense to me. My question is, why are the serpent on the right and the animal in the middle that they painted green blowing fire towards each other?
That's interesting, because if my theory is correct, both of them work for the Lunarians, and that fights
exactly.
that. So what?
Exactly.
So is there a?
That's the
part that
fits
least.
At each other.
So we have to have an explanation that why they're against each other. So which one? Okay. So if one of these served,
the message that Dr. Jack wants me to go to.
If one of these served the Lunarians, which one is it? My leaning. You don't think it's fire, you think it's a darkness? It's a dragon and it says hellfire. I mean, I think it's fire, at least symbolically in the image.
Up in the bottom, fire. You can see it clearly.
Let's think about this. Which one do we think served Emu and which one do we think served the Lunarians? I think if either of them served Emu, it's the dragon. What do you think?
Yeah, the thing in the middle that looks like a dragon, some people think is the earth god.
I think the earth god is the moon. I'm coming around to that. I think the earth god is the people of the moon.
They think that's why it's with the moon, like it's coming from that direction.
Yeah. So I think my read on it is the earth god raged, and with it serpent of hellfire. I think to me that the earth god is the moon and the people of the moon. That's my read, because we know the Lunarians were called gods, and we know that the moon was called heavenly earth, right? So that's my read. So that leaves me to believe the dragon was either on Emu's side or Joy Boy's side, unless they're the same person.
Yeah, that's the question. Are they the same person?
Yeah, people are also pointing out that Emu wasn't as powerful until in the first world. In the second world is where Emu became important. He was just a revolutionary in the second world, or in the first world.
I think it's also important to point out, like, there's a bunch of things. Like, we haven't pointed out the fact that there's all of these raindrops, which are, you know, everything is intentional.
Everything. So we're not leaving without calling the rain something.
So the rain has got to be the god of the rain, blah, blah, blah. But I got sent something from Lav a long time ago and my brain wasn't there. So let me read this to you, because Lav sent me a sheet with all sorts of different translations people have done for the 3 things. So do you want to hear them?
Sure thing, my dude. Read through.
There's a whole bunch. There's actually 4 different translations for them, and they're all because they were translated from Japanese, so we can have a look at the different types of translations there's been.
Okay.
So the first world, there was fire upon the earth, humanity succumbed to desire, and touched the forbidden sun.
So that totally works with our with our fruit of knowledge take, with our Adam and Eve take, that this is them touching the mother flame they were supposed to harvest from the roots of the tree.
Both of us already talked about inside of egghead.
Which, can I say, we're brilliant, and I think it is so correct, and I don't think we would have gotten there. I don't think I could have said that without our amazing conversation about Egghead, where we talked about similar ideas. But I think 100% the mother flame is harvested from the roots of the sun trees. I stand by that. I think we're so fucking right. I think we're so incorrect.
I agree. Dr. Jack, send me the message in a bit because I won't be able to look at it now. Okay, then it says, the slaves made a wish, which I think are the Kumas of the world still.
So, to me, I think this is still humanity. I don't think there were people other than the people on the moon and the people and humans at this point. That's my read. I don't think they were created until the forest god exists, because I think they were created by genetic engineering, and I'm staying by that.
Possible, but I'm keeping my mind open simply because the thing on the right-hand side shows great big skyscrapers, which says a very technological world.
I agree.
And we've been told in the past that in One Piece that they were more technologically advanced much further back.
I fully agree they were technologically advanced. I just think specifically genetic engineering is the forest god. That's my read.
That's why
I'm going to stick to it.
I'm keeping my mind open that it could have been the slaves, could have been buccaneers, it could have been Kuma's people.
I think you're right. I think you're right to keep your mind open on it. I have my take, but I agree that that is equally possible. That's not a place where I've like a strong, so I want to make it clear. If I'm saying I'm sticking to it, that doesn't mean I think you're wrong. That means I feel like it's more based of me to have a prediction that I'm standing by, that I can say I was right or I was wrong at the end of the day. But I think you're fully right that it could be buccaneers being the slaves of the world. For me, I think it's all of humanity. I think at this point, all of humanity
are humanity. I think they're a part of humanity, but they've been genetically altered, and that's why
so we agree.
Because if you look at the picture as well, Drawk, something that I think that we really need to point out that we haven't pointed out yet is one of the very most important things in this picture.
There's bigger people up top.
Not only are there skyscrapers, they're actually factories because smoke has come.
Well, I think they were making things for the moon, but I just realized something very important.
Go ahead.
There's bigger people up front, so I think there was at least some level of genetic engineering back then, because look at how big the people up top are compared to everyone but Emu, right?
And then the reason that I think that I could be right about the Buccaneers is two things. Those are factories. It's showing a high level of technology, but it's also showing that could be perspective. But on the other hand, it's also showing the tiny little people that I think are little people. Some people have interpreted them as weird gear things, but I've interpreted them as people.
Yeah.
And then there's larger and smaller people in this, showing a differentiation of types of humanity.
I think the littlest ones in the factory praying or the working might be the robots, possibly. I think that.
So this is what I was. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. Sorry. I think that the ones up top might be buccaneers, but I think what's interesting is two things are happening, okay? I think a bunch of people are giving Mother Flame to Emu because he embodies revolution to them. I think he is a force of revolution at this point, taking on the Lunarians. Come here, bud. But I think the people up top aren't just taking power from the factory. So I think the people below are basically taking Mother Flame from the mines, right? Like they're taking it up from the mines of the roots and giving it to Emu. I think the people up top are taking it from what was supposed to be sent to the moon. I think they are stealing from the Lunarian supply, and that boat we see is a boat that was supposed to be sent to the moon, like the Ark Maxim. Like that was basically a shipping vessel that the Buccaneer people are stealing from.
I'm wondering, because we know the size of we're moving all over the place, but because we know the size of the original Ark and it is being filled with animals 2 by 2, just like in the original story.
Yeah.
You also got to wonder if Zanesha was in charge of moving that, if it wasn't just the kings, the sea kings.
It could be be that Zanesha was also in charge of moving the Ark Noah, and that's why there's the animals. And it would stick with your theory that the creation of the red line caused the flood. Wait a minute.
And people keep asking.
What if the flood was part of the creation of the red line, and the sea god raged was the creation of the sea kings and the calm belt?
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah, no, I might be on board with that, because it would explain why the
calm belt is center of everything.
Because otherwise, why is the Ark Noah being filled while Emu's still seen as a good guy?
Mama, what do you think the Eve tree is at the position of Marijois and is currently covered by the red line. Please compare the Chamber of Flowers in chapter 908 with the Adam tree in chapter.
I think you got to listen to the researchers on that one because that is too interesting to let by.
I'm gonna copy this because I'm never going to remember and put it.
No,
somewhere.
dude, I'm feeling this. I'm feeling.
Problem with Apple is just notes. I love having the notes in Apple.
Oh, someone's pointing something out. The flames from the dragon tree, instead of being an attack, or from the dragon on the tree, could be, instead of an attack, could just be trying to stop Arc Maxim from getting to the moon.
Yes, I don't disagree with that.
God, that's interesting to think about. Dude, I think
Also,
we're cooking here. This is so fun. Oh, I'm loving it.
Okay, let me see. Also, when I was looking at this picture, everyone colors it differently, Drawk, which is making this just a fucking feast for the soul.
Yeah.
And then you're drawing it like this, people are gonna love it. And people are like, Mama, where's the elephant's legs then? I'm like, come on, you know it's Zanesha.
It's an embodiment. Come on.
Because the elephant is super tall and you don't see its legs. That's still its damn body.
It's a representation,
Remember how tall
guys.
Zanesha is and how long its legs are.
It's a representation, y'all. So I guess I should draw the root mining down here instead of drawing it literally how we're seeing it, if that's the main theory we're going with. I think I'm right. I think you harvest the sun trees to get Mother Flame.
To Emu.
Mm-hmm.
It comes up and it goes around Zanesha. They use Zanesha's height sitting on top of...
Because the red line exists at that point.
Yes, and then it looks like they're feeding it to the red line. So what if they created the red line for protection?
I think, well, that's my thinking, is I think the Lunarians created the red line for protection because they had people on Earth controlling humans. The humans rebelled and stopped sending them shit, and they were like, enough of this. I think the first world ended with them destroying all human civilization. So, okay, this is the order of operations I think happened, okay? Hear me out. I'm going to spell out what I think is the history of One Piece. We ready? I think...
Yeah, except we were silly. We didn't read all the things yet. We
yes.
jumped around again.
Oh, my second monitor's about to disconnect. It did the flashy thing. That means it's about to disconnect. So it's going to... everything's going to get weird for a second. Okay. Order of operations. Humanity exists. They have cities and stuff. Okay?
Yeah.
You're with me. Aliens invade. They are the Lunarians. They don't have the big black wings and they're not invincible yet. They are invading humanity and they plant 2 trees. The Sun Tree Adam and the Sun Tree Eve. They extract the warmth and energy of the geothermal energy of the world for power. That is what their job is. That is what the Sun Trees do. Okay? Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
They take over humanity. They enslave humanity. We still have our cities, we still have our kings, but they're like, you exist for us, your factories work for us, you are going to make things for us, okay? Now, they are sending this energy and everything they make to the moon. I think this starts with, within the earth there is fire, that is the sun tree's roots being harvested. Mankind succumbs to greed and touches the forbidden sun. They...
I interrupt you for a second?
Sure, go for it, yeah.
If you're talking about the first
one, Starbacon.
Where you said within the earth there's fire, here's the different interpretations. Let's just do them all.
Yes, good point. You should do this as I'm telling the story, yes.
That's what I'm thinking. So there was fire upon the earth. Humanity succumbed to desire. Then the next one, the earth is engulfed in flames and the hearts of men burn with desire. And then the next one is within the earth there was fire and mankind succumbed. And the last one is within the earth there is a flame and people succumb.
So I think, I'm going to lean on the fact that on the Viz for this. Because the interpretation has to be different with all of these. And I think the Viz one makes the most sense to lean on. Not just because it supports what I'm saying, because what I've been saying is built on it. But I think we do need to at least talk about the fact that none of this works if the Viz one is wrong. If the earth is on fire, that's entirely different. That's entirely different than there is flame within the earth.
And we can have a total idea for that too, but let's just
Yeah,
one
I
at
think
a time.
I think we can go back through and be like, hey, if this translation's more accurate, read it this way instead. But for now, within the earth there is flame, I think is the geothermal energy being harvested by the sun tree. Yeah, they've both been wrong too. There is fire upon the earth, says in Spanish and Portuguese both. Fuck, dude, we're fucked. There's no way to know. Everything seems to be different. Sandman said Viz is the most correct. I trust Sandman a lot. Okay. So they are harvesting the sun. They start a revolution and decide to seize the power for themselves. I think the halos we see them going down with are them being modified enough that they can harvest the light from below. I think they decide to rebel, they revolt, and they're like, yeah, we are going to kick your ass and dethrone you, okay? That's the sun god appeared because people clamored for a savior. Now, there's been a lot of theories that the sun god used to be a comic book character. I agree with that. I think it was a comic book character, okay? I think the sun god was a comic book character, all right? And people prayed for someone like him to exist, and someone basically picked up the mantle of the comic book character from the time that there was cities and took on the Lunarians. And their response was to create a giant molten snake that just raised the oceans and destroyed all of human cities. Are you with me on that?
I would need there to be devil fruit or something in there.
I think the devil fruit is the second world.
Massive technological advances or something.
Well, that's what I'm saying is this, because we agree that the first world can't have devil fruits because we think the forest god tamed demons is the creation of devil fruits.
So you just described Judge.
In what way? Which part?
You just described it as if somebody like Judge, with the ability to have access to so much technology, decided, okay, I'm going to listen to you and help you out here.
Which part are we thinking? Like, because my thought was it was just the slaves rebelling and like taking what they can from the conquerors.
Rebelling, but I think it would need to be somebody who had, because you said, and then created the red line.
Oh, I think the red line was made by the Lunarians with their technology.
Okay, but if somebody picked up the mantle, they would need to be more than just like you putting on a cape.
No. I don't. That's interesting. Okay, wait. I got it. I figured it out. That makes perfect sense. Because you see below the halos, right? And we see those are humans. They don't have wings, but we also see King later drawn with a halo. I think the halos are modifications that were given to people to be able to harvest the mother flame so that they could carry it up and have it extracted. Now, I think that the sun god, the Nika, was someone who got those modifications, absorbed sunlight, and fucking fought with it. I think they were the sun god. I think they were like using the modifications they were given to be a worker to instead fight for freedom. Cyberpunk-ass style, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There we are. So that's all I think. But that theory I'm less confident about, but I think it was someone who did something cool. I think the humans were starting to win and starting to take over the world. And the Lunarians couldn't stay in their glass palace on top of the hill living on the moon anymore, extracting resources because nothing was being sent. All of the shipping lines were being killed. So the same, which we're seeing reflected now with the elevators being taken out on Marijua, right?
Struggling. I'm trying to also look at the Chamber of Flowers.
I understand. You're doing a lot. But do you feel like this checks out so far as the story of the world?
From the parts that I could hear and understand. Yes.
Hell to the buddy.
I'm like also doing this.
Okay. Next thing that I think happened. Okay. So now we're done with the first world. The molten snake's been created. I think the red line rolled over humanity. It fucking destroyed them, evaporated them. They're gone. They're schlorked. Looks reminiscent of slave work in Marijua with the gears and all. That's what I'm thinking, baby. That's what I'm thinking. I think humanity have become the bad guys, but I think this is a story about how people who fight for freedom against oppression can become hegemony and oppression themselves. How they excuse their own violence as justified because it's within a system that benefits them. And it's about modern day, and you should be able to put together what I'm saying about that because there's a lot of parallels about it with the modern world. Anyways, moving on. The gears do look like suns. You were so correct for that. The Red Revolution. Here we go. I'm talking about more than that, but yeah, how you can become a global hegemon despite having been in alliance for good. That's the thing I'm talking about. Anyways, they gave their power to Emu. He was the king. Now we see the team up. we see are only of 2 humans with wings, I think that is a traitor Lunarian because they have white wings. So I think that is one of the Shandians who helped create the Noah, who is part of the revolution and is like, hey, Emu, I'll help you overthrow everybody. Emu is given all the weapons. I think we see the Arc Maxim helping, in my opinion. So the Arc Maxim is helping. The dragon, I don't fucking know why is helping. We'll figure out the dragon. We'll get there. Zhao helped Emu reach the red line to kill the Lunarians, and the reason Zhao is punished by walking forever is because Emu betrayed everyone. He was a traitor. Now, we disagree on something. I want to run something by you. I don't think Emu was ever a Joy Boy. I just think he worked with the first sun god as like, yeah, I'll help you out. And I think his parallel in the modern world is Blackbeard. That Blackbeard is, yeah, I'm working for freedom, but he just means I want to be able to do what I want. I want all the power. That's what freedom means for Blackbeard. Thoughts?
Oh my God, you're kidding me right now.
Hit me up.
My thoughts are going in so many directions. Like,
fair. We're talking about a lot. We're flying here.
For me, I'm looking at the serpent that's coming out that I think is the red line. I'm looking at the fact that it has X's on it, that the X's end up becoming something that is a symbol for a lot of different people who are major key players. So I'm wondering if that's giving me, like, how many people with X how many people who are half moons are D's are also have an X symbol? So many of them. Get one on their chest, get one on their arm, or wherever.
But we also see X's represent the separation of the seas, which is why I'm thinking that they represent the oceans and the calm belt, that this serpent represents the creation of those things.
I don't disagree, but what I'm saying is if they are aligned to that in some way and we're giving a hint, it makes me wonder if they were on that side originally.
So the Arc Maxim something...
They were on the side of make red line.
Yes. Oh boy, I don't know. I think...
That's what I'm saying.
But the fact, I think we want to be concrete about this. Now, we can talk about other options, but I think the best argument for what the Earth God is the Lunarians, because we've seen it be called the realm of gods, the land of gods, the earth of gods, fairy earth. Like, there's been so many terms to the moon that make me feel like the people of the moon were the earth gods. So that's why I think it was their thing. And I think it was a response to the humans trying to revolt and the humans basically having the entire civilization wiped out by the aliens they were trying to rebel against. Because I think you want to talk historical references. I think this is mixing biblical references of gods conquering humanity with settler colonial narratives. That's what I think this is meant to be. The idea that the aliens are a settler colonial state who came and used all of the resources and kingdoms of humanity to conquer and seal their resources, to turn them into a harvesting depot.
Yeah, it's not that I disagree. It's that I have to sit on it. I'm not like you. I don't concrete it out. I could never concrete it right now.
Fair enough. I'm making fucking calls.
Well, you and I have been talking and you've just been in don't get me wrong, dude. I love that you've been in a hyper thinky stage like that.
Yep. Well, one of us has to be. We can't both just be humming and hawing here. I think it's not bad that you are. I think one of us needs to be going crazy.
If you see my computer right now, I have 15 tabs open,
Jesus.
my iPad open, my phone open. I have another computer beside me that I've opened. I have myths opened. I have legends open.
Okay.
I am making series. I'm just not at the place that I can be like, boom, it's this.
So
that's going to be in a week.
That's why I was thinking we do another stream. Maybe we do Berserk next week, then we finish off this. Hear me out. I'm going to keep going with the history of the world as I'm going, and you come in with what you've observed, all right?
Okay, so I have a bunch of ideas.
Yes.
Maybe the Earth God is Blackbeard.
I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about what, because of darkness.
Stop for a minute. Number one, darkness. Number two, he is basically in control of gravity, which would say the strength of the earth or the power of the earth being gravity.
Mm-hmm.
So if Blackbeard is kind of an embodiment of Earth God, and then Luffy is an embodiment of Sun God, we have the perfect war between the two of them. Then that final figure that we see in here with the black thing on the other side, in my opinion, would be what Blackbeard becomes. And who fights with Blackbeard and helps to give power to Blackbeard are the Garoski, and they're over there being on his
but
side.
what does that mean the Earth God is in the past? Because we agree that that's pre-Devil Fruits.
Yeah, I agree. And I really think that in the theory of the past that the Earth God was just, there was another creature that was similar, who was an unnatural body that had more than one thing inside of it that was able to embody the Earth God.
I still feel like, to me, the Earth God still feels like Lunarians. Like my first instinct, I want you to know, was Blackbeard. Like, I'm not dismissing it, because that is where my mind went to literally immediately, was, oh, covered the earth in darkness and destruction. That's my homie Teach. That is where I went to literally immediately. Like I think I said it while we were reading. But I think chat was right on this one. Like, it feels like it clicks better for the Earth God to be the Lunarians with everything we hear. But let's follow this thread. Let's follow your thread and see, though.
I'm also wondering this because in one of the panels it talks about how the humans became the gods, and I think that was through the process of devil fruit.
Well, to me, that's just Emu calling himself a god. Like, because where we are right now is the gods of the world are humans.
That's devil fruit. It's godlike power. Luffy has power of a god because of his thing. And what if he is the god who is the sorry, I'm thinking. So what if Luffy is the Hito Nomi model?
Yeah.
Nika mythical Zoan, which would make it like the Hito Nomi model Terra or something like that, which would create an Earth God. Because if we're talking about the people of the Earth becoming gods, Luffy is a god because of his devil fruit.
Okay.
And that is something that makes the story more interesting. So if we're talking about technologically advanced people, using the power of the mother flame to create something insane like, I don't know, devil fruit, which could be why those people also have halos on them. Maybe they are changed people, devil fruit users or whatever.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different thinking I'm having around that, which would mean that to me, the Earth God could be like they prayed for someone, and pray could be more than prayer. It could be the will plus the technology created the Nika mythical Zoan, and then that same type of thing could have been used so that we had an Earth God.
Interesting. I'm trying to think of something here.
That's why I'm saying I have so many ideas going on right now, and all of them have some viability.
So the only issue I have for that is it feels like Blackbeard isn't in a position of authority in the world right now. He is like powerful, but he's not the figure.
But we don't know what he's setting himself up to do.
True. But we haven't seen these him. Stories.
He's quiet.
These stories feel like they're about taking on the powers that be in the moment. Let me think about something, because there's something I just realized I'm having an issue with, right? Yeah. The first world and second world, what they each represent is so weird, right? Like, where is the line? Because we agree that is Zhao lifting Emu up to the red line, right? Which would be in the second world, because that was the...
Or the red line is the snake, and the thing that he's lifting Emu onto is actually just the tree of knowledge.
Well, or Eve, but Eve is on the red line. Like, that's where it was.
Yeah.
So like,
because Emu does then go into the flower room with Eve.
Because he becomes the new god, right? He becomes the new head of the world. So I think he is being lifted up, and that's why he needed Zhao, and that's why Zhao is paying penance. But then, like, where is the border? Because the workers who are getting the mother flame are clearly in the first world, right?
Yeah.
Well, let me think. Yeah, no, okay. I think I figured it out. I think I know how this fits together. I'm changing things a little bit. I think my timeline was wrong. You ready for me to restart my timeline again?
My God, you're going to do this again when I give you new evidence.
Yeah, and we're going to keep doing it. Timeline reset.
All right.
Starting over. There are humans. Humans exist. We love them. They're building buildings. They got machines. They got big skyscrapers. They're here. Aliens show up and say, you work for us now. They plant the 2 sun trees. They are sending people into the mines. They are harvesting the mother flame for the aliens. They're sending things to the sky. The humans are like, but I want the power of God. They start praying. They want salvation. And the first human has the desire, the greed, whatever you want to call it, the sun god gumption to gumption, pick up some sun, shove it in his goddamn face, and get sun charged. That person is now heralded as the sun god. Wow. Beautiful. The aliens really fucking hate this. They activate a super volcano. Maybe that's just how they do it. Maybe people are right, and it's a super volcano. But they do something to create the red line. It drowns a lot of the world. It creates the oceans. It creates the calm belt. And most importantly, it smothers human civilization, leaving ruins, disconnected. They will never meet again. Is everything being disconnected? The separation of reality. Why does this work so well? Well, it's a metaphor for so many myths. Let me run through some of the myths it's a metaphor for. One of them is Ragnarok, everything being consumed in molten ash. There we go. And the Nidhogg, the Jormungandr, the giant snake that devours the world. One of them is the Tree of Knowledge. Humanity were able to survive under God's advisement, and then they were punished and reduced to ash. One of them is the Tower of Babel. They attempted to reach God, and because of it were smothered and punished. One of it is the Garden of Eden. They were the fruit of knowledge. I think I said that one already. One of them is Prometheus. They were given the flame of God and they were punished. They were stripped of their power and separated. It also fits with First Nations myth, where humanity tried to steal fire from the gods. And because of that, first of all, the guy who stole it was punished, but humans were given weakness. They were given mortal bodies because they're not supposed to have that. Another one is Polynesian myth, where they were stolen, had fire stolen, were scattered to the winds and separated. So there's all these mythologies in the world that Oda's drawing on that this fits for. So I don't think Emu existed at this point. I think it was just the sun god. Then I think, yeah, okay, so someone hit Polynesian myth right around when I did. It's funny. Then I think we hit stage 2 and several different things happen. Okay. So I think stage 2 is where Emu and Joy Boy both are showing up now. I think we've already had the world end once, and this is them showing up to fight the Lunarians. I think the Lunarians, now that they had to fight humans and they couldn't use human civilization, the human civilization's too broken for them to rely on it anymore, so they need to rule from Earth. They abandon the moon because nothing's being shipped up anymore because they destroyed all the factories. Nothing can be shipped up, so they need to rule on Earth now. They come down, they modify themselves to have wings that can fly, on the world. The sympathizers or the lower class aren't given these modifications, which is why we still have Birkins, Shandians, and Skypeans today. Okay. So they, the traitor Lunarian could have been the original Nika. Hey mama, did you hear that? Chat had a brilliant.
Yeah, I've been thinking about something like that when you were talking about Lunarians earlier.
Yep. Why is a Lunarian fighting alongside Joy Boy in the mural? Bomb Digga, that's evidence because that's not a Lunarian. That they don't have a halo or black wings. That's not a Lunarian. That's one of the traitors or the low class. That's someone who didn't get the modifications. The people who got.
Let me tell you too. Here's a thing that you haven't read yet.
Hit me up, fam.
The second translation. The second world. A breath stirred in the abyss.
Okay.
The god of the forest summoned its devils.
Oh.
While the sun lit the embers of war.
Okay, so the sun god.
Those of the half and those of the full moons dreamed, yet the ones who slew the sun defied themselves.
Whoa.
Evoking the wrath of the sea god they would not meet again.
Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Defied.
That's very
deified.
different.
Oh, deified, not defied. Can you read that again with the right word? Read that again with deified. I want to hear it.
Son of the embers, those in the half and the full moons dreamed, yet the ones who slew the sun deified themselves.
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Turned themselves into devil.
Into gods. Well, yeah, Emu is the one who... So we know Emu kills Joy Boy then. Emu killed Joy Boy because Joy Boy was the sun. Emu killed him and became God because Emu is God now. And so are the Celestial Dragons. So they betrayed him. So we have the 20 kingdoms of humanity banding together to... Have we read Arthur's translation? Link it. That's important. Arthur's a great translator.
Okay, so wait. Then there's another one.
Okay.
Within the nothingness there is breath. So within the nothingness is the void century. So there's still a breath, there's still a life, there's still a moment.
Yeah, because they tried to wipe out humanity, but they didn't wipe out everything. They killed the cities with the building of the Red Line, but not everything.
Exactly. The forest god sent forth devils.
Okay,
The
so
sun
that's
the sun only aggravated the fires of war. The people of the half moon had a dream. The people of the moon had a dream. People killed the sun and became gods. The sea god rampaged. He and they could not meet again.
Okay, so hear me out on my reading of this, because I think it's still basically the same, but I want to clarify. People of the Half Moon, we think, are the clan of D, which I stand by are Joy Boy's pirate crew.
I would agree.
We agree on that, right?
I would agree, but I would also say, I would say Joy Boy's pirate crew, but I would add to that as well. Because if we're talking about the will, it also feels like they were people who fought with Zanesha.
But we see Zanesha lifting up the human kingdom.
Yes, which is, I think, Zanesha isn't lifting. Zanesha isn't feeding them to Emu. The people are climbing along the back of Zanesha.
Zanesha's helping them reach God. Yeah.
To reach God.
Dude. The Kozuki clan is one translation. I think so many translations are saying half moon that I think it's half moon. I think it's meant to be the clan of D.
Agree.
Like, so many translations are saying that. It's one saying crescent moon. I think we have to rule out. Okay.
God, I'm so sorry that I'm so quiet right now, but
no problem, dude. You're thinking.
Mind is on fire.
So, yeah, no, same, for real, for real.
Thing we've seen in, I can't think of when we saw anything this crazy.
No, this is it. This is the thing. Yeah. So, hear me out, right? This still fits. This still fits with everything we've been saying. So, the forest god, I don't know exactly what it is, but I think the forest god still, to me, feels like lineage factor. It feels like genetic manipulation. Like, we've seen so much conversation about it. That's still what I'm seeing. I know I could be wrong. I know that feels like a leap. It feels like a leap for sure. But the fact that we've seen devil fruits able to be... Okay, hear me out. I need to actually say why this line of thinking tracks for me. I think everything Vegapunk has been able to recreate is meant to tell us about the ancient world. Why? Because Vegapunk explicitly said the reason he was able to become so advanced was because all this technology existed and he's been more or less reverse engineering. Do you agree with me that it feels fair to say that Vegapunk is meant to show us how the technology used to work?
I would say that. I would also say that it shows how far humanity has come on the other side of the void century, that they're moving to the same mistakes they made prior to the void century.
I think that's also fair. So what I'm hearing, right? What I'm hearing from that is we see devil fruits being made with genetic manipulation. Now, he can't get all of them. He hasn't figured out Logias yet, but he's getting closer. I think that some power of genetic modification starts being invoked at the time now it probably was mentioned before, used before, because we both look at those figures being bigger. We both kind of agree there was some of it, but not devil fruits. I think those of the moon dreaming is the creation of devil fruits, because we see Vegapunk, who's meant to tell us about the past via his future forward thinking. We see him indicate very specifically that devil fruits are desires, that they are someone's desires being made manifest. Do you feel like that's a fair assessment?
I would agree, because because of these translations, a breath stirred in the abyss. A breath could also be the idea of the creation of devil fruit. The god of the forest summon its devils, because look, a breath stirred in the abyss can be an idea, a making, in the silence, in the area where nothing is happening, suddenly there's a breath, and a breath is often described as a way of bringing things to life, like the breath into Adam, etc. The god of the forest summon its devils. Well, obviously, whoever the god was, or the person capable, or this great person, brought its devils. Its devils are obviously the devil fruit.
Yeah.
Well, the sun lit the embers of war. So the sun god is fighting the embers of war, and I think it's fighting for the lot of humanity.
Oh shit! I just
Those-
had a realization.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Fucking brilliant shit here, okay? Marijois is built on the ruins of the Sun Tree Eve, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I figured out what the forest god is. It's not genetic engineering. Genetic engineering was here the whole time, but it is the expansion of genetic engineering, okay? Okay. We agree that it feels easiest, like obviously there's other options like a parallel to Blackbeard, but it feels easiest to say that the Earth God was the Lunarians when they lived on the moon, right? Because of all the evidence we've listed before. Understood? Do you feel good with that?
Carry on, my wayward son.
Okay.
Be truthful
I'm
when
going slow. We're talking crazy shit. I want to do step by step here.
Your head to rest.
Okay. We also agree that the red line was built to destroy humanity. Like it covered all their cities, and then the Lunarians no longer able to extract resources from the moon because humanity's civilization was destroyed. They no longer have the technology to send things to the moon because they can't be trusted with the technology anymore. That was all destroyed. So to rule over the world, they need a new place to rule from, which was Marijois, right?
Yeah.
Marijois used to have the Sun Tree Eve. It used to be up there. The forest god.
You can see that in the picture that he made me look at.
The forest god is the Lunarians once they were on Earth. It's the Lunarians living in the Sun Tree Eve on Marijois. They are the forest god. They were the earth god when they ruled from the moon, and they became so I need to take it back. The Earth God, that was never Lunarians, because Lunarians only started to be called what they were once they modified themselves, once they gave themselves invincibility and halos and shit. That was Shandians, Skypians, Birkins, just winged people from the moon whose wings could only fly on the moon, who were ruling humanity from the moon. That was the Earth God. That's why we call it Fairy Earth. That's why we call it the Land of the Gods. Then the other Land of the Gods in the series is Marijois. And it was called that because it's where two classes of gods have ruled from. In the second world, that was the forest god. In the third world, that was the elders, the celestial dragons. Now, here's my thinking, right? I think that the Lunarians are the forest god because that's the new people. That's the modified. That's the rulers of the winged people who start modifying themselves to be able to fly on Earth, to have this invincible burst of halo. And they can no longer trust humanity to harvest the mother flame, so they don't modify humans to do it for them anymore. They're just feeding off of the sun tree to have the flame within their own bodies. That's why they have this firepower, because they are a new thing, the god of the forest, and they have dreams. Now, the people of the full moon could be Kozuki. Now people are pointing out, okay, I no longer think the people of the full moon are the Lunarians because they are a new thing. They are the forest god. They are just the forest god, taming the devils.
I don't know, because remember the forest god is that center section there on the tree.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's the Lunarians.
So, I know, but it coming from the image of the more of the Adam and the Eve tree that this is supposed to represent also makes me wonder whether or not it is also connected to Elbaf. Especially since it's a dragon.
Maybe. Okay, I want to get to the dragon in a moment because I don't know shit about him. My theory doesn't cover him, and we need to talk about that. But the people of the full moon, yes, the minks also have a relationship with it, but could it be the Kozuki creating the poneglyphs? Could that be the people of the full moon having a dream?
Maybe. A way of finding it again? A pathway?
Because I don't think we're calling the Lunarians people of the full moon anymore because they're the forest god. They are the gods who live in the divine tree, in the tree of the gods, atop the red line, which is why we see Imu being raised up to them. Y'all. A dragon guards the tree of life of the gods in Greek mythology. Interesting. Oh,
okay.
Wait a second.
Dragons?
No. This makes perfect sense. I figured something out, okay? I think the dragon does serve the Lunarians on top of the Marijua. Can I explain why?
Go ahead.
So you know how someone just said in chat that dragon guards the tree of life that the gods of the gods in Greek mythology?
Yeah.
Somehow the sun tree Eve survived the red line being created. The reason these fire blasts are hitting each other is because this is the second age being protected by the dragon. The end of the first world blasting fire to destroy everything. And then we see the dragon somehow able to stop the molten devastation from killing the sun tree Eve.
Yeah, it's firing at the thing that is the red line.
Yes.
And because you've just got it firing at the in the air maxim.
Well, I'm trying to have it fire at this thing. The arc maximum's in front of it because we have limited space. But yeah, shout out to the one chatter. I think the dragon it was never part of the war necessarily. That's not what's being depicted. I think what's being depicted, or maybe it's both. Maybe it's firing at the arc maximum and the red line because it protected from both things, from the destruction and the invasion.
In Norse mythology, the dragon is actually at the root of the tree of Edrasol. It's the one who gnaws at the roots of the tree of knowledge.
Yeah.
It's kind of an agent of destruction who's trying to weaken the tree.
This is all so
because
sick.
the tree holds the cosmos together.
Wait, fucking hear me out. Hear me out on some crazy shit. Okay? We've said for a long time that there are animals linked to the ancient weapons, and we both think that a dragon might be linked with Uranus, right?
Yes.
This is some crazy shit. This is some tinfoil hat shit. How the fuck do you protect something like a tree from molten rock incinerating all of humanity, right?
Yep.
Okay. What do you think, in your theory called Dimension Piece, what do you think Uranus, which we think is related to dragon somehow, did to protect, what do we think it did to destroy Lelucia?
Oh.
So what if it just temporarily teleported the sun tree out of existence while Jormungr was destroying the world, creating the red line, and then brought it back?
And then brought it back.
What if that's how it protected it?
That would be brilliant.
So I'm going to draw this now as Uranus because that's fucking great. Okay.
I'm just trying to... Okay, so when we do these talks again, I think like there's so many ways that we could do them, but
Yes.
I'm wondering if we have to be good kids who literally do these talks for real and be disciplined about it. And I know you'll hate it, which means that in a month or a week, or knowing you, 3 days, when you see how hard it is and how chaotically ridiculous it is, you'll love it.
Yep.
Is that we force ourselves to talk about these in the 3 sections of time. And we have 3 separate talks where we only talk about one.
I can absolutely do that. And we have to start with the oldest one so that we're not like drawing on anything crazy.
Yes.
I want to check in with some of the assertions I've been making while you've been researching to see if it fits in with the research you're doing. Okay. So I just want to see if you agree.
You should, because while you've been talking, I've been reading all the notes off my pin board that I've taken down, and I'm just looking through.
So
because I'm now convinced that Emu is remember when I talked about there being a sun god Luffy who came from Amaterasu, and then that I think that Emu would be the god of hell.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna run by all the wild assertions I made while you've been researching to see what you think. Hey, Lav, when you're editing this, cut a fuck ton out because we repeat ourselves a lot. Obviously, this is going to be a tough one because the way that we go, Jesus, it's tough. I don't think Emu is Kaguya. I think that the Lunarians were Kaguya. I don't think Emu is an alien. I think Emu is a human. How are you feeling on that?
I think Emu started as a human.
I don't think Emu's a human anymore. I think Emu's something fucking wild now. Oh, I just had a thought. I just had a crazy ass thought. This one's not...
I'll hold my thought. I'll try to just a minute. Yeah, go ahead, go.
So, by the way, mu means nothingness in Japanese, or void or emptiness. Okay. So, crazy ass thought. This is a wild prediction. I don't, this isn't one I'm like stamping the seal of approval on right away. We've been talking about the fact a lot that when the demons are introduced, they're just shown to have a demonic form, right? And they aren't shown like use either of the what's up fruit. They're just like, yeah, this is fucking Cerberus, or like, yeah, this is the whatever what are they called? Yokai, right? People have been talking about this shit. You with me?
I'm listening.
What if it's not geothermal energy that the sun tree turns into mother flame? What if it's hell?
Well, if you look at the fire all along the base, that makes sense.
Yeah, like what if the sun tree has been like turning hell into infinite power, like turning demons, and that's how the first devil fruits were made, was by genetic modification, sure, but also fucking devils, fucking actual demons. But like, what do we think? Like, I'm not committing to that one, but there's flame inside the earth kind of fits with it. And isn't that kind of cool to think about? And what if that's why they have demon powers? What if Emu's not a devil fruit user? What if he just like, when he took over the world, just fucking mainlined the tree of Eve that's been slurping up devil fruits that the forest god, the Lunarians, started tweaking into devil fruits? He just mainlined that demon shit. He just became the devil. And that's why hell is in Marijois now, because it's on the stump of something that's been feeding off of hell.
So in the beginning, the reason that, like, when I went back to figure out, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because I was able to figure out that Luffy was a sun god.
Yeah.
And the reason I was able to do that is because I used the legends of Amaterasu and Izunami, and I went through them all and pulled it a piece. And then it ended up being that, yes, Luffy was a sun god, just like all of the just like all of the clues pointed to, which makes me think that Emu is Izanami, the queen of Yomi, the closest figure in Shinto to a goddess of hell, because there was supposed to be a thing blocking the way. And if you are mixing your mythologies,
yes,
and you used trees of knowledge, Adam and Eve trees of knowledge, to block a path to hell, and you look at the choice that Oda made to make everything on Earth fire, then if she escaped from hell and disguised herself as someone who was trying to help fight something, and so they protected her, and Zanesha was fooled, and they protected her, and she brought the hellfire up with her. The earth need to be quenched. We had to lay down a red line. We had to have the anger of the seas come up, because the earth was filled with fire that had been brought up from when she came to the surface.
Holy shit. That explains why you were saying you'd have to do something special. That, this explains so many, you know how we said that like something needs to solve multiple problems to be a valid theory?
Yes.
You have been pointing out problems with my theory, and I've been like, whatever, we'll get there. So one problem you pointed out was, well, you can't just be a normal guy and be called the sun god. You can't just put on a cape and say you're Superman. Well, what if you mainlined a devil? What if when you were down there, supposed to be harvesting synthesized hell energy that the roots have turned into mother flame? Dr. Jack, you've missed everything. We're going to sound like fucking crazy people. We're going to sound insane. Oh, you're late. You're not late to the stream. You're late to your plug. I understand you are. Yeah. What if he went down there, snorted some fucking Satan juice? That's how he became Joy Boy, was because hell stores myths. It stores mythological creatures, the dreams of humanity. All of the myths we believe in are stored down there, which included a superhero. It included that thing we believe in, and he actually shotgunned a superhero. And the devil fruits are dreams and things that are believed in.
The power of the destiny, the power of devil.
Yes.
and bringing it back up and becoming this jacked ass
Holy shit.
sun god.
They weren't just harvesting humanity for geothermal power, they were harvesting humanity for its dreams. Plug.
Hello there, YouTube. We're harvesting you for your dreams.
Yo.
Why? Why the hell not?
You can't fucking stop us.
First of all, let me just say, are all of you as rattled? Are your cages shaking in the boots? Is your mind on fire? Are you exploding?
Can you imagine?
Are you finding that this 1-page, 2-page spread that Oda made of the mural is literally having you smash your head against your hand and you're staring at it so long it's burned into your memory?
Yep.
Us too. Us too.
Yeah. How'd you know?
We've been out here doing some stuff. If you want to send us letters or anything telling us about it, our P.O. box is up there on the screen. I say that because I'm always reminded when the Nightbot puts up our address. I just want to take a moment to thank our Patreons. You kick ass. Give us a special Patreon in a minute, Drawk. Pull one out. And I want to say, just subscribe, dude. It's weird that you haven't. You like it, watch the show, subscribe. We are going to be doing Party Piece. You probably already heard it with Teching 101.
So
we have a few
good.
other people coming up. Oh, it's snowing. And then we are also going to be going back through One Piece starting very, very soon from the beginning with special guests for whom different arcs are knocking around in their brain as one of their favorite things. They have a special connection to. The other thing I was going to say, like, subscribe, be a human. And just one other thing. This is such a wicked journey.
Dude.
I think sometimes we forget how lucky we are to have something like One Piece in our life. We are doing other ones. We are doing Berserk, which we love, love, love. Looking forward to that getting picked up in the end, maybe, and changing with his friend. We have done Undead Unluck. Amazing. We'll do more in the future. But when this mural came out today, can I just say that I thought there's a lot in this world that isn't a happy place, but there is one thing that is. And Oda gave us all something we needed right now. Not only a distraction, not only a brain puzzle, a little bit of a reminder, a little bit of a warning, and a lot of fun. So what lucky people we are.
What a great speech that was.
Thank you.
You think it counts as a plug? Everybody like and subscribe also.
Said that? I'm sure I did.
I think probably. I don't remember. I think
it's important to remember what lucky little beasts we
are.
No,
now. I agree. I was so swept up in it. I didn't say that what a great speech that was as a setup for the second thing I said. I said that totally genuinely. And then after I said it, went, what's that a plug though?
Genuine. In a moment where I was thinking about us as a One Piece community. We're a community together. And today, on this Sunday in the year of our humans 2025, we were given this double-page spread. And there's points today that you were talking and I had all these pages open and I felt like it was in a Fibonacci sequence.
Dude,
I was the Fibonacci sequence.
I want to talk about something today. I want to talk about something. Do you feel as though everything I've said makes sense with the context we've been given now, right?
I do, but I just think that there's multiple, like, as you were talking, I was like, but there's two other things I could put in there that equally make sense.
Yes.
I think it helps if we think of the idea of Emu coming out of hell. Oh, we have 3 minutes left. I'm going to see, can I send it?
We have 3 minutes left. What do you mean we have 3 minutes left?
I like to send a, what's it called?
We just had a bunch of subs too. Smoke D Cannabis. Thank you for subscribing. What a good name. I love your names, everybody.
Patreon.
Semi-Colonel.
Come up with the name of the Patreon that we were thanking. You got to do that.
Who's a what?
We thank a Patreon.
I mean, look.
Get one.
Mama,
Get one.
Mama, I'm gonna do something crazy here. We're gonna play a game. Would you like to play a game?
No. Okay.
Yo, I want people to know, by the way, that I plan on streaming a lot more because I've realized I am a good streamer when it comes to when I'm on air. I'm a very bad streamer off air. I'm so fucking busy. I fill my day all the time. I don't have downtime. It's not a thing I like to have. I have dedicated relaxed time where I'll be like, I am intentionally doing nothing, but it makes me a bad streamer in a lot of ways because I should be in the community and talking to you guys with text and the like, and I don't like doing that stuff. And I don't have time for it. So I'm going to be trying to schedule more time after I move to stream more because I love talking to you guys in chat. I love seeing your comments. I love, you're so fucking insightful all the time. And it's crazy. Thank you for gifting us up, Mama Drawk. Long time chatter, first time gifter. But I want to spend more time actually streaming because this is the point where I can interact with you guys. And I love all of you. And I feel like I come across like a jerk a lot of the time.
You do.
When I'm not on stream because I don't talk to you guys because I'm busy. So I really want to stream more so that I actually talk to you so that you know I like you. Because I really love our community. I just never engage because I'm always doing shit.
You engage. You're pretty good at engaging.
Not off air.
You just come off as a jerk because you say jerk.
You are so loved. All right, I have our list. I have brought up a list of our crew and special squishies, 36 people. I want you to name a number between 1 and 36. I'm going to count down that many times, and that's who we'll thank. Ready?
I want you to thank number 11.
11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You've picked a great one.
Oh.
I want to thank our very special squishy. This is their first month as a special squishy. Thank you so much for being a new patron. Thank you so much. Special squishy, Flip.
Flip?
Flip. F-L-I-P, all lowercase. Thank you, Flip. You are a hero.
Oh my God. You know how I see Flip? Can I just say how I see Flip in my head?
You can. That's allowed.
Flip is one of the little baby fishes, you know, from the Neptune King dudes, and it's a baby fish and it goes flying and it's like super fierce and it has like weaponry, but it's so freaking cute.
Okay.
And so it kills you because you're busy oohing and awing at it and going, "Aw," and then it rips out your throat.
So I want to point something out. Nothing we've said feels crazy with context. This chapter is so insane that I today said that the history of One Piece involves trees that devour energy from hell, which is made of dreams. And I feel like I might be right. I don't feel like I'm for sure. I'm not like 100%. This is it. But I feel at least like that's possible. And that's fucking crazy. That shouldn't be, we shouldn't be in that. We shouldn't be in a place where that feels possible after one chapter.
Yeah, you don't forget you said mainlining Satan juice. Like,
and I think that's how the first Joy Boy happened now. That's real. I really believe that.
Because when I've been thinking about how, and someone said something and I don't know where it is.
No, moon aliens I've always believed in. That's One Piece for real.
Oh, I'm gonna copy this because someone made a thing and it was something I want. But when somebody was talking about how, like I always say, Oda doesn't do anything unintentionally. Like if it's in there, it means something, period. And so when I was able to find out who Luffy was and what Luffy was, using the clues that I thought that Oda just handed to us like a great gift.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well then those still have to exist. It can't go away.
No.
I can't.
He's just gotten better at hiding it. He's gotten more subtle.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm not accidentally finding this bad boy and finding out that he is the sun god. The hints were there. So I want to go back. How does this fit? I think for sure that Emu is a jerky underworld Izunami. And that once you open up the world and let her out, and I think she was let out because people realized they needed more power. So they went underworld to the mother source, to the power. They opened it up, which allowed her to come out. I think it's a girl. I think she talked about how she could help fight this battle, that we had a battle that was going on that we were losing, but she brought with her fire and brimstone that had to be put out with the ocean rising. We see her getting the support of humanity in the mural. Her or him, either way. I'm not sold one way or the other, but I think Izunami, yeah, fair enough. If I'm going to tell the truth, though, I also think there's a lot of other stories for that so far, which is why I think that we should make a commitment that for a minimum of 40 minutes, we we can do it on Sundays, before or after our other streams, that we should do just part 1, just part 2, and then just part 3.
I think a minimum of 40 minutes before we do Berserk of talking through this, of what we think each of these parts is a great idea. I feel solid already though. Like, I feel like I'm leaving.
No, you won't, because I have a page and a half of notes that contradict a bunch of the shit that was said.
I need an image of the little robot guys, I'm realizing, because I think this is them. And I think...
I do.
Y'all, this is fucking good. Y'all, we're cooking here.
I'm also wondering, like, why is there flames in the sky that are just hovering in the void of the sky?
Guys, what if the moon's not real?
A hype chest? What's a hype chest?
A hype chest? What? Is it because we got so many hypes? Oh,
I don't know.
Probably get a random... Oh, I think it's probably because, like, when you get a hype train, you get a specific hype emote for that stream. And because we've done the same level of hype train twice, they're like, have a random one. That's probably what it is. That's my guess.
Got a weird little hype dude, and now it's eating things, I think?
Robot gnome guys. Guys, I need the little robot gnomes from One Piece. You know those little robot gnomes? I need them. I can't find them.
You can find them in any of the chapters that I gave you.
What do we call the robot gnome guys? On moon. Robot gnomes on moon. There we go.
Let's not forget, what was that chapter with the guy that was eating the dumplings when he saw the blowing up thing on the moon, and he was sitting with those little robot dudes?
That's because I think he found old blueprints, is my theory. Dude, this shit is cooking. Holy fuck, we're in it. The thing is, I don't know if we want to do 4 hours of this, but I kind of want to finish this drawing. I guess I can do it off air.
A little bit movement forward into the present day, because you and I are going to have to get into the history a lot more. We're going to have to get into the what the hell is that? We have to. But can we go into the future now? I'm going to read you all the different theories on the future.
Yes.
I guarantee people are going to want to hear about
our
thoughts about
I think people probably care more about the first and second world from us, because we are, like, I think we have gone into the history of One Piece with theories more than most people. I think a lot of, like, predicting the future has been less our thing, other than the Sun God exception, but I still think they want to hear it.
Yeah, and also the reason I'm also pausing is I'm going to go into first and second, as if they're also the First and Second World War. I'm just going to cross-check some of my ideas and my theories with some of the different legends and pieces like that, because I think that by doing that, we might come to a place where it actually tells us
I need to stop again to do something crazy. You remember to point out something crazy about my theory and why I think I'm even more right. You remember how everybody was pointing out for a long time how the Mother Flame had the same swirl on it as Luffy's hair as the Sun God, but also as devil fruits?
Yeah.
I think that's because the swirl is a marker of devils and demons in this world, which is why we see swirled flames around all of the elders in their transformation form. And it's because like we said, the devil fruits, the Mother Flame, all of it is just harvesting hell and whatever the underworld is. This world of dreams and flame and energy that, like, because devil fruits are made up of it, and Sanji's swirly brow from being genetically modified. What if his
also fire leg
and his fire leg? No, that's so real, because think about it. Think about this for real. Oh my God. Think about this for real. We know Judge based his genetic modification tech after working with Vegapunk. We know that for a fact. So what if genuinely the energies, the bloodline factor element that he's doing comes from Vegapunk's research and also has this devil energy? He literally he calls out devil named attacks all the time.
Yes, but wait a minute. I have a question. How many weapons are there? 3?
Yep.
Okay, well, if you look at this, Drawk, there's actually 3 boat-like weapons in here. The one that you drew kind of with a fire going in it, if you look at the actual picture, there's the arc maxim type arc. There's the arc inside. Then it looks like the other one that's in front of the buildings, up on top, right under the lizard head's face, the serpent's face, is being filled with, that one is being filled with all of the Mother Flame.
Dude, I just had a crazy theory.
Are you acknowledging me?
Sorry, yeah. You just reminded me of something else. Can you repeat that? Because my brain just deleted 10 seconds of history when I had a thought.
Okay. Mine has done that this entire time.
Yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're both at.
That's just where we're at.
I need to apologize. I said we couldn't do 3 hours of one chapter and there was no way. I was so wrong. I was a fool. I was a fool.
A fool. So see how we have the two boats there?
Yep.
1, 2. Then there's a third boat that you've drawn quite small, but it's being filled with the mother flame over and over again. Like all of the stuff is coming up and going into the boat. So now I'm wondering if it's the creation of the third weapon, if those are the creation, or if we're seeing the 3 weapons. In fact, the one in this not being fired at all. If you look at the picture more closely, the flames are hitting each other. The boat or the weapon is actually in front of the flames, not being hit. And it is out of the boat is coming the lightning, and then sitting, now they are putting all of the flames into the boat that is sitting there. It's like now they're creating that weapon. So I think all the flames are being used to create the 3 major weapons.
Oh my God.
So look at the original picture and I think you'll see what I'm saying. I think that we're seeing 2 weapons that are fully made. One is the arc, obviously, because 2 by 2. One is kind of like the maxim. The maxim comes from something, and I think it comes from that.
Yeah.
And then the last one is they are now making a third weapon, and that is what the mother flame is being used in.
Oh my fucking God. I think that's possible. Oh, wow. 3 hours for one panel, Dr. Jack. You were so right. Was Shirahoshi created then? Probably. Genetic engineering's a thing, but also there's a person connected to each of the weapons. So hear me out on something that I thought of, right? Let's say I'm right and I am more and more feeling like I'm right and there's an underworld and it's made of people's dreams, right?
I've been saying that all along.
Yes. Let's say, well, I mean, you know, let's say.
Hello, that's where I had our devil woman for this whole time.
Yeah, but you pulled back and but now we're back again. We're back again. Let's say this is real. Let's say reincarnation is a flagged word. What the fuck? Oh, it's probably from when we were doing Undead Unluck. Let's say, oh boy, this is tough. Let's say you were right. I am now right. And there is an underworld that is made of what people believe in. Okay. It's made of beliefs and dreams. And human.
It's also it's a mixture of a bunch of ethos.
And I am right. And humans were being modified so that they could go down there and harvest it for the Lunarians, for the people of the moon, right?
Uh-oh, someone made delete your art. Good. Delete that boat being fired on and make it in front of the fire.
It is in front of the fire.
Isn't it also getting fire? It looks like it's on fire.
Well, I kind of thought it might be both because I actually think it's both now. I think the mural wants it to be both. You know what?
I don't think according to this image it is.
I think it is supposed to be both.
I think it's in front of the fire. Can we pause for a minute? It's really important to me because I think the 2 serpents are firing at each other, but the boat is actually in the foreground.
Okay, I'll change it, but I think it's both because I think the dragon protected the tree from both things. I
thought so as well, but I just did a super look at it, and I want you to look at it too. It's important.
Okay, well, I have a new theory that I just thought up. What if they were going down there with the goal of harvesting the mother flame from the tree, and the tree was processing hell, and hell is what people believe in, fear, their dreams, their desires?
Mm-hmm.
What if the humans having to work down there in the mines, being modified to handle it, is the reason Haki exists?
Yeah, Haki could totally come from that. And so could people like the Buccaneers.
That's what I think. The Buccaneers for sure, because we see these big people up top. I think they were modified to be the laborers.
Because what it would be is just, it wouldn't even need to be genetic modification so much as a sped up version of body transformation.
Yeah. hell as a world
So
of thought and desire is like a thing a lot of fiction uses. I know Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40K is what comes to mind for me, but I know I've heard they stole that from something popular. I just don't remember what it is. So like whatever they stole it from, Oda could have used as inspiration.
it's like sped up evolution almost. Being near the mother flame and being forced to be a part of it is a sped up evolution, and it can create hockey, it can create buccaneers, it could also create the Lunarians.
Yeah. I mean, I think their genetic engineering definitely involved it because I think they infused that desire into themselves. I think that's why they. Holy fuck! Okay. Their design looks like a fallen angel from D&D and a lot of other mythology because they have black wings and flames, right? The Aranus, the fallen angel. Okay?
Yes.
Fallen angels are usually demons. I think the Lunarians exist the way they do as fallen angels because not only did they genetically modify themselves, but they infused themselves with drops of the fucking hell juice that Eve was processing.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Oh, and we see a place where the other tree of the other sun tree, its root system is called the underworld and has giant monsters of mythology. It has giant mythological monsters.
We do need more time in this. I'm going to say that I totally think so. So I never gave up on an underworld thing, but the interesting thing is we did meet a queen of hell when we were in but I think that that's similar to the Cerberus thing, that we see Cerberus 3 times.
Yeah, but
so we saw an example of what hell looked like when we went down into Impel Down, and we saw the different levels and how there are different aspects of hell. And then I think that because we've seen it, it's Oda almost giving us a little shortcut thing. Now, somebody said something that popped off in my mind because they were like, hell definitely exists because we have Brook. Brook's soul went down there, but Brook came back up. So his soul was being stored somewhere that he was able to be retrieved from. It didn't just dissipate, it existed as a condition. We also have people with the soul fruit, so we know that souls exist. Souls are a real thing. You can take part of them. They could be used as energy. They can be put into things. So when we are talking about, there's 3 Cerberuses, not 2. So when we are talking about hell existing in this, I think Oda did the thing that I really love when he does when he shows us 1 Cerberus and 2 Cerberus, and then we see this one in the sword, is that he gave us a look at what hell looks like, and he kind of used Dante's Inferno. Then he mixed in all those pieces to do with World War II, and so I think that by him doing that, he combined the idea that the time of the place that we are taking place in this story happens in 3 subsections of wars with other things in between them. We had a First World War that we know very little about, a Second World War, coming into a Cold War and a Void Century, moving into what we are in now, coming out of a Cold War into a next final battle. Well, final for what we know, because this is also a prediction piece. Clearly, whoever wrote this is also got the future sight. And so I think that Impel Down for us was Oda's way of saying this can be something of what it looks like underground. So if they're going under and they're stealing the mother flame and they're using it in technological ways and they're creating these 3 weapons, which is what I think they're doing, is creating the 3rd weapon with all these flames right now. I think that it is evidence that in some way, whether it is the flames of hell, whether it is the power of souls, or whatever it is, that is the thing that is being used to create the weapons that we are fighting against. I think we should go into the 3rd world. I should read what the different things are first.
Yes, there's just there was something I wanted to reply to in that, but I may have lost it.
Dead.
Keep going. I'll think of it at some point.
Here's the 3rd world. Within the chaos, there is void. The meddlesome, lingering shadows shall remember the day of promise. They will listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. The sun god dances, he laughs. He leads towards world's end. The sun will return. A new morning will arrive. He and they will surely meet again.
Okay,
next.
Yep, next translation.
Within the chaos, there was emptiness. The inconvenient remnants recall the promised day and hear the voice of the half moon. The sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun returns and brings a new morning, and they will surely meet. Chaos reigns. The world drifts in a void. I think that one is. Yet, time does not erase the memory of the promised day. Its shadow looms, I would say that's Emu,
Okay.
as the voice of the half moon echoes through the ages. And once more, the sun god shall rise, laughing and dancing, guiding the world to its final act. The sun is reborn, a new day will break. Surely this time they will meet.
Hmm.
You know why I think this is so interesting is because the sun god, goddess Amaterasu being married, or that idea of the sun and the moon never being in the sky at the same time, is a very interesting thing. Never the two shall meet. That's a huge Japanese
Yeah.
story. The third, there was a void upon the chaos, the
Mhm.
unbidden shadows remember the day of promise, and they wear the voice of the fragmented moon. The god of the sun dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun will return and a new dawn will come. They will surely meet again.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay.
Wow.
So something I want to touch on here. There's an old theory that I have suddenly had revitalized for me thinking about all of our theories. So you know the idea here that mainlining Satan Juice, he was able to embody the myth of Nika because hell represents whatever people believe in. Like it, that's the idea we're kind of talking about a bit.
Mhm.
What if the
Yeah.
way Blackbeard and Emu get to be one and the same? There's a theory I really like that ties into why all of Blackbeard's moves, his attacks reference with his darkness fruit reference the ocean, which is the idea is that Emu as god of the world became a feared figure of myth as the one who distributed devil fruits, as the one who distributed fiendish powers. The sea devil as a myth is Emu's mythological version, and Blackbeard's fruit is the sea devil fruit. So Emu actually is the sea devil. He has slurped up juice of Eve before killing the tree, deified herself, become the sea devil. Actually, that would really work with you reading Emu as a woman because the sea devil is also called Mother Ocean, right?
Mhm.
So if
Yep.
she is Mother Ocean, what if Blackbeard's fruit is Mother Ocean?
Interesting. I like that idea.
It's a theory that I've always really
I,
liked, and it fits in better now, I feel like, that he has the sea
I
devil
also
fruit.
like the idea of if Luffy is somehow a sun god beyond and is part of the original creation, so he is born from the original sun. So we haven't met his mom because his mom is some sort of goddess, some sort of sun being
Okay.
type thing. That the sun and the moon, they're two deities, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, and that the moon pissed her off and did some bad stuff. I mean, to be fair, I don't want to eat food that's been spit out of a body either, but whatever. Um, and that then they were asunder, and the sun and the moon should never meet again. It could also describe using that particular myth or legend could also describe what's taking place in here, that the moon people are fighting against the sun people and never shall they be united or in love, though they used to be trade partners, they used to be people who loved each other, and through a slight, sounds like some people I know, and through a slight, they no longer ever come at the same time again. The reason I think that's interesting
Mhm.
is because it also mirrors what happened on Zoe when we had the two different groups of people, and the cat and the dog couldn't be in the same area together and had to learn to be in order to come together,
Okay.
protect. So there's kind of a mirroring of that, and I think he mirrors his bigger ideas in smaller
I
ways, like I said,
Oh, I
like
remember what I
Impel
was gonna
Down.
say. you mentioning that there's been two Cerberuses before. For anyone who doesn't remember, when we're at the gates of justice, they look at the judge who sentences you before you go to hell and call him a Cerberus. Then in Thriller Bark, we see a replica Cerberus. So I want to point something out that in One Piece, we tend to see things in order. We see a symbolic version that fits the narrative symbolism. So,
Exactly.
Impel Down is connected to a Cerberus, right? We see Impel Down as a representative symbolic Cerberus who stands before, in Ennie's lobby, we see him. And then he protects Impel Down, a representative, narratively symbolic underworld. Then shortly after that, we see guarding the gates to something that fits some literal characteristics of an underworld.
Izanami representative.
Yeah.
In there.
So then we see the literal representative, but artificial. The literal but artificial representative of the underworld being, okay, well, here we have a Cerberus that's been stitched together. It's a fake Cerberus, and it's ruling a fake underworld because there's dead people animated walking around with Thriller Bark. And then by the next time we see Cerberus, we're in a literal underworld because we're in the roots of a tree that I swear to fucking God is eating soul and the sun and turning it into indestructible wood. That's how it grows so big, is it's eating the dreams of humanity, which is hell. I stand by that. The roots are a more literal underworld. There's literal monsters here, and there's a Cerberus here as a weapon, as a guardian, as something threatening it. And this is the most literal version. And I think if you look through the series, you'll see the same thing elsewhere. You see Eneru and Gonfall as gods because they say they are. They symbolically fit the world of gods. And then we see the celestial dragons as our next god, which is something that more literally is God because they rule over humanity, but it's kind of like Impel Down, or sorry, it's kind of like Thriller Bark, where in theory it's kind of real, but not not really. It's just a dude who has godly power, and then we see Luffy as our real god.
Yeah, and I think that the opening of Impel Down brings up Emu. We see the thing where Emu is stabbing through the picture of Vivi, which reminded me of like this jealousy of a time that is in the past in Vivi's history, and she must look very much like the person. But also, she comes up. I think the serpent was a right hand person. It could have been a right hand person of or whatever of somebody. But when this happened, and all the fire was across the earth, Emu and Emu people who believed in Emu said, like, I can fix this all, and laid a red line around the earth using their serpent, which then rose the oceans to put out the fires, and caused way more problems, separated the earth. They were able to gain power and control over people, create a loss of memory in people that we've already seen mirrored in things like turning people into toys so they don't know who they were, et cetera, et cetera. So we've already seen that happen as a void of memory.
So I want to go back there because I still think that it was the Lunarians, because it says the Earth God raged, and I think that was the Lunarians at the time who set free the red line. But can I say, I don't think Emu existed. The more I think about it, the timeline I feel like is too big. I don't think Emu existed in phase 1. I think he was part 2. But
I don't think it's he.
Or sorry, she. I actually think you're right about that. I'm so used to calling Emu a he that it's hard to switch.
I think they were brought out literally. I literally think Emu came out in the transition period between 1 and 2. Just like we have been in transition
I could see that.
in 2 and 3 right now.
Yeah, I could see that. So where I'm at, what I think is happening with Emu, with this is, I think if mythology exists, and that's how the sun god happened by slurping on that Satan juice, I think that Jormungandr, the serpent that devours the world, was a myth in humanity that was brought out of hell by the Lunarians, or maybe the revolution. Maybe they did it, but I really think it was, because it says the earth god raged. I think it was the Lunarians putting an end to their creation. I think it was Jormungandr being summoned to punish humanity. It was the destruction of the Garden of Eden. It was the burning of Prometheus, etc., etc.
Could have been, but it's also a way of punishing humanity if you do mixed metaphors and mixed narratives.
Oh, that's so cool.
It could be a
Azrael.
bunch of things because we've got the 2x2 with the animals going onto the ark. So it could be becoming too greedy, stealing from the earth directly, taking away the flame that lights the world. It could be
Yep.
being stupid enough to bring the goddess of hell, Izunami, back up from hell and allowing them to roam the earth. It could be a variety of crossed metaphors, especially since
Yep.
in the present day, in part 3, which you haven't even got to,
Yep.
we see rain coming down from the heaven. And some people have done a really good job of highlighting that and actually making it a big piece of it.
Do you have any theory for the rain? Because I don't. That's something I'm looking at that I don't have an answer for.
God of rain.
Sorry?
It's the god of rain. They mention the god of rain like 5 times in here now.
They do. But what do we think that is? Look, we've already been going over 3 hours, but I don't want to leave without like a theory of what each thing is. Do you have any idea what a god of rain could be? Or are we just going to say, hey, we don't need to know everything at this point?
2 things about this.
Yes. Vivi. Jormungandr. I mean, I can say Jormungandr.
I would say dragon is a more likely god of rain than Vivi.
I think dragon's a great answer.
But also, especially since dragon's tattoos are kind of lining up with that idea.
Yep. Need to look up Loki.
He's a stormbringer, blah blah blah.
Guys, I'm not finishing this mural today, but I'm gonna have to work on it tonight after stream.
I don't know if you've heard this, Drawk. I really do feel like Nami is a weather sorceress. So
you do, but you know, the whale is the tree of Zo.
If my wife is Nami, I'm making her a god.
The whale of the tree of is the tree of Zo is an interesting take.
But you know what is also an interesting take? Literally, the red line goes away, and we have Laboon fighting with those 2 people on the top of it. It looks like Laboon is part of the fight.
And what if one of them is Yorkie and I get to be right about stuff?
Which would be cool.
Guys, what if it is Yorkie, but it's also Scopper Gabon because they're one and the same?
I'm just telling you that if I am Oda and I am ending my manga soon and I have the opportunity to make Nami, the weather sorceress, be the god of rain in the end, and my wife would be like, dude, props for the rest of our life. I would do it. I'd do it so fast.
Okay, I'm telling you, I wouldn't modify my story. I would just do as I do. But also, I don't think I would marry a cosplayer. It feels weird.
Huge for Nami prior to this. I don't think that's a modification.
Anywho.
Also, the moon has a face in this picture. Those are 2 eyes. That's a nose. Those are little eyebrowy things coming out the top.
Yeah.
The moon is watching.
I mean, that makes sense because I think that's the Earth god.
And then there is something over there with the sun being held in the hand of the big baddie. The real sun is being held. Kind of like in how many different First Nation stories is the sun stolen from the sky, and like Raven brings back the sun, et cetera, et cetera. But also, we have Uranus, the mysterious ancient weapon.
Nuxie, we talked about that immediately. That was forever ago. Can I take a pause to explain something here?
Yeah.
Nuxie, we're so far that we're talking about trees that eat dreams now. That was step 1. That was immediate. That was minutes in. Anyways, please keep going.
I'm trying to think of some other myths and legends that I know with rain gods specifically. Especially, I think there was a Norse one.
Chat, help them out. Give mythology. We need your power, oh beautiful chat.
Okay, so let me think here. There's the rain god. You've got the storm god Thor, but Thor would be our lightning dude. And rain. And then you have the sea and wind god.
The Onigashima skull.
You have Freya, the god of fertility and rain. Yeah. And that would make it more Nami-ish if it was like a Freya type of thing with the god of fertility and rain. You have Odin, which is funny because we have an Odin,
I-
wisdom, war, poetry, man.
I feel as though whatever dragon is in this next step is represented in what the sorry, you go.
I'm sorry. It's going to go back for me into, do you know how we've talked about it time and time again whenever I look at the different theories inside of One Piece, the base layer always seems Shinto, that you have animals.
Yeah. It well, like animist in general, where animals, humanity, and the divine are the three realms, and the animal walks between the mortal and the divine.
So because of that, the Shintoism is how I found Luffy as the sun god.
Yeah.
And it's how I found my devil. It's also, I told you and didn't think anything of it again and didn't talk about it because I didn't know what it fits. But Susanoo no Mikoto is the storm god.
Oh, you're right. Which you originally said you thought would be dragon.
And the brother of Amaterasu. So that could be dragon. Could be, could not be.
Granted.
And
wait, you know who works for dragon and is the brother of Amaterasu?
Before I forget.
Oh, yeah.
Let me say this. It means impetuous male.
Okay, but fun. But do you know who works for dragon and is brother of the sun god?
An impetuous male?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Sabo.
Yeah. Sabo being the rain feels weird because he's made of fire, but like it kind of fits.
Doesn't matter. Kind of fits. So if we're saying that Susanoo no Mikoto, because also Luffy is a sun god and yet it was supposed to be a woman, so this is totally workable.
Oh boy, y'all. We need to do something here. I am running out of juice, but I want to keep going. Do you want to keep going or do you want to stop and come back to this later? Because if we are keeping going, I want to do it, but we need to do like some sort of improv warm up to refresh my brain real quick.
I'm telling you, I would stay here all day, but I also have to write report cards.
Let me, do you want to try to wrap up soon and we come back to this, or do you want to keep rolling? What do you think is the goal here?
No, I have to write report cards. I have to.
Yes. Okay. So how much longer do we go before we call it then?
I can do 20 minutes and then I got to do report cards.
Perfect. Okay. What about Tsukuyomi? Which one's Tsukuyomi again? I don't remember him.
That's the one that was supposed to be protecting Hell, and obviously
someone's saying we need to look out for Balder parallels because they are super tied in to the beginning of Ragnarok, which is true, but allow me to make a really dumb joke. Balder, isn't that hot lady from Fire Emblem Heroes with the gun? There we go. So like 3 people laughed right now.
None of them were me.
No, none of them were you.
Oh no, Tsukuyomi is the moon god for that. So Tsukuyomi no Mikoto is a deity of the Shinto mythology associated with the moon. So this makes more sense because we keep talking about there being full moon and half moon. The half moon people are probably whoever the people were on the moon. They had children. It can also be really interesting because there's some racism in there. If you have people from the moon who came down who were children of Tsukuyomi, and then they had babies with people who weren't moon people and became half moon people and had some of their powers and their abilities, but were shunned. And then they became the people of the deed, half moon. They were half breed. That would be a very interesting kind of little side note of racism and colonization, because we talk about how often he parallels colonial ideals, because if you think about the Shandians and all the different people that he shows, same with when we go down underwater, and he is always paralleling the ideas of colonialism and racism. And so it would make sense for there to be quote unquote half-breeds.
I, first of all, agree with you. And second of all, I want to say you pointing that out makes me feel way, way, way more certain about the theory that they came to harvest the underworld that was made of people's dreams. Because think about this, right?
More than possible.
Well, no. Think about it. What you said is so true, that constantly we see allusions to settler colonial narratives. That is so common in One Piece. What is a better representation of settler colonial narratives than people showing up and harvesting your will, your dreams, your culture, what you believe in, everything you hold dear, the things you imagine, the things you believe in and that carry you being harvested as a resource by a foreign power.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I hope we're right. I hope we're right.
I would agree. There being more than one way of interpreting Half Moon is also good because he loves layered ideas. He loves them.
I really like someone pointing out earlier. There's a bunch of chat stuff that I've wanted to highlight that I've just lost because we keep going and like it's hard. And you guys are fucking brilliant. There's so many of them that I love. But someone pointed out that a half moon looks like a ship in the water as well as a D, which if it's meant to be a representation of a pirate clan, makes so much sense.
Also makes sense why the weapons would be the Half Moon weapons. The people who would protect Earth because they protect humanity because there's still humanity in them, but they're also half breed from the moon people.
Le True Reaper, I want to combat you on one thing. Le True Reaper, Le True Reaper is saying that they will die on the hill that it doesn't make sense for the mural to depict the third world because it hasn't happened yet. I understand where you're coming from, and I want to explain why I think you're wrong, and I think you're going to come away from this not wanting to die on that hill anymore. We see someone, Oda is very good at telling us when something is meant to be a hint and when something is meant to be like fully believed a direction or whatever. He's like a dungeon master who's guiding you by being like, well, I don't think that's necessarily important. We see a woman that we can trust in a culture that knows more about history than anyone else saying, hey, the different races haven't really come together before in that way. Isn't that a bit weird that they're drawn together? Probably just the dreams of a child. And then that is paralleled to directly after Saul saying it's generally agreed upon that the third world is a reference to what will happen in the future. And the third world is written in a future tense. And when you put that together, I think what we are being told is, yeah, this is depicting the dreams of the third world. If you look at what the author is telling you to think, this is a supposition. This isn't a recording.
Can I add to it too?
Mm-hmm.
I think it is a prediction of the third world of what will happen, and here's the addition to it. So we've been talking about how Oda prepares you to understand his larger ideas through smaller examples of those ideas. The Void Century is proven and given credence through the moment with Shiger disappearing everybody's memory, blah, blah, blah. The Cerberus is the different version of sun gods throughout the story. But we have Madame Charlie, who is a fortune teller, who's always right. We have Emu, who looks at the future and knows things and therefore sends people through magic circles to do things because they're known. We have Toki, who's a time traveler who comes throughout time, and we can't forget that because that's going to make a huge thing, I think, for the Combelt. Who comes through time and predicts things that are happening. We have Hawkins, who's a tarot card reader who looks into the future and finds different predictable paths based on that. We have Crocus, who is said to be a predictor of things for the future, as well as a wise doctor. You have Nefertiti Lily, who was apparently an unknown prophetic figure who knew things in the future. And even like Clover, who's like a historian and who predicts world events and truths through things that have happened. So Oda's already set us up to have the idea that some people have prophetic abilities. And that this would just be a larger scale prophetic ability. They've also said that it was done through children. I know of 2 off of the top of my head narratives where children dream the future because they're closer to the source still. And then if they did that, it would be in a prophetic kind of chant or trance. And so Oda's already raised us as readers to remember that he's shown us multiple times where prophecy is a thing in this story.
I also want to point out, you're saying that you don't believe that the mural was depicting the book because they're by different people. I need to tell you that if an author overlays a story on top of a drawing, the author is telling you explicitly that these are referring to the same thing, especially when laid out so that they are clearly divisible by the same number of things and overlaid so that they overlap really easily. Like I don't think Oda is a cruel enough author to do an overlay this clear and not have it be intentional. There's a difference between when something is a potential mislead, where it's just someone saying something and then cutting to a panel, trying to make you think of something and then pulling the rug out, and like overlaying a big important lore reveal with an illustration depicting in theory that. Like, very, very different thing narratively. You kind of got to believe, have enough faith in your author to believe that like these are related because they are being paralleled as clearly as we can.
Today's been very interesting for me because I've loved this talk and stuff, but also I think it's
Frankie's covering
really
something.
interesting because you and I do our thinking so differently.
Yes.
So for me, I'm like, I just, when I need to get off and I need to like put all my evidence in front of me and start going down different patterns and trying to find the hidden pattern that makes the most sense to me, because narratives are patterns, and then figure out which one makes the most sense and pulls the most things in. I think it would be helpful if you wrote down your thinking. You can even do speech to text and send it to me, so that when I'm doing my overlaid thinking, I can see where my ideas plug into yours and where we have confusion. And then if we boxed it into 3 sections where we talk just about 1, 2, and 3, I think that would be really fun.
God,
I
there's
just
so fucking
love
much I want to
being
talk
able
about in this.
It's and I can't believe that we're at 3 hours and 29 minutes, and I feel like we haven't even touched the surface. Like I know you feel like you're committed to an idea. I feel like we are nowhere. I feel like I could talk for another 6 hours and we would just be getting
I feel like stuff you were saying forever ago is feeling real to me now, and I'm like, oh, holy fuck. Yeah, this is one chapter, dude. I'm freaking out. How does he do this? How does he do this? Yeah, the talking about the Roger Pirates, then cutting away to Hatman, that's the kind of thing that is very likely a confirmation that I'm wrong and that's not Yorkie, unless Yorkie and Scopper Gabon are the same man, or unless Yorkie sailed with the Roger Pirates for a while, which is easily possible. He doesn't need to be Scopper to be a Roger Pirate. But I did say, yeah, I'm probably wrong and that's probably not Yorkie. However, that could be a fake out. It could be.
Just ask you, in what world do we get a chapter where we are fully confirmed that Shanks has a twin evil brother?
Yep.
And that's not the main thing.
We literally didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
Like, dude, we're in it. We're in the shit. This is y'all. I'm loving this shit. This is different stuff now. I feel committed to some crazy shit now. We are now One Piece crazies. I'm going to pitch something to you. I'm going to pitch something to you before we go that I think is really cool. Okay? Yeah. Let's go along with it and say hell is real, and the first devil fruits were made by taking demons and devils from hell that represent concepts, boiling them into a devil fruit, plucking it out. Like, we take the demon, because I think that's a thing in Japanese myth, because it comes up in so many fucking manga that I have to imagine.
It is.
It is a thing. Okay, yeah. So you take the demon who represents fucking moose, and you put that in a fruit. Now there's the moose fruit, and it turns you into moose. Yeah. And I take the fruit that represents lava. Well, where does all that lava come from? We've been talking about dimension piece, right? What if the underworld is the other dimension that's being used all the time? That's where the lava for the lava fruit comes from. That's where you pull people into in the dimension. But what if on top of that, that's where you zap people with Uranus?
Agree.
Hell yeah.
Oh. Okay, so the things I know that have nothing like that aren't just about this, because the moon is watching, and that's Izanagi and Izanami. So I want to get deeper into that. I want to get deeper into the different types of gods, including rain god. I want to get into forest god and rain god, and earth god, and sun god. We've already gotten some of that. Look at our figure on the left, our big darky. I want to, if with big wings too, that can't be forgotten. And then we need to start asking questions around, oh shit, man, because the earth is burning in the future as well. One of the things we know right away is the question is going to be, when are we going to see the red line come down? And the answer will be, I think, soon, because according to the image on the left, all of our peeps are back together. We got the band back together. And so as we're heading towards our laugh tail, and we're apparently going to have just a minor mishap on the way with a sun eater, it looks like we're all back together. So in my opinion, I would predict that we're going to see a red line disappearance soon.
Interesting. I don't think that's for a couple of years now, at least.
Regardless, it's going to be soon, because you can't have a final battle with everybody in it. How is Laboon getting there?
No, I agree. I think it has to happen before the end of the series for sure.
Oh, if Laugh Tail was in Hell Raised, that would be amazing.
Wait a minute. Wait a fucking... This is interesting. Okay. The end of this era. This era is established by the red line dividing the world. Now, we think that showed up at the end of the first world because, yeah, the snake. It basically tells us it does. However, that would end this era. The destruction of the red line. We both agree to that.
Yep.
We've talked about how Loki has an incredible devil fruit that allows him to be the sun god. In Norse mythology, Loki unchains Jormungandr, right? He unchains it. That's it. Or is it Fenrir? He unchains Fenrir, whatever. Jormungandr is part of it. And he has his hound, so that makes sense that he'd be part of Fenrir. What if the reason... Okay, it's one or the other. Good, he does both. What if the reason that the giants, Dory and Brogy, when they cut apart the Island Eater, say the only thing our blades can't pierce is a snake soaked in blood, is because they know, since they are not strong enough to be king of the giants, they can't slay Jormungandr, the red line, and begin the end of the third world. Loki, being freed from his chains, has the power to destroy, because he has the power to become king of the giants, to destroy Jormungandr and become king of the giants.
Yes, because what we are seeing over on the left is Ragnarok.
Yes.
And so,
if
that's correct?
But I stand by that that's also what we're seeing on the right, which makes sense because Norse mythology is about repeating cycles of apocalypse.
I would agree.
In the middle, this feels more like a biblical end of the world.
I don't know why, but a bunch of people who have taken out the books, the 3 books.
Yes.
And they haven't shown all of it, because in the picture, just as a reminder, all the stuff that's happening here, if you look at the picture that Oda did, the original one, shit, that changes some stuff. What if we're already in hell?
What if we're already in hell?
Happens under the roots of a tree. You can see them behind the book. They come out. Yeah. There's roots and tendrils coming down on top of everybody, and then they go down, and then there's a pocket dimension inside of these roots that we're all fighting inside of, according to this. Also, there seems to be other planets above the moon there.
Oh, man.
That are there.
You might be getting static from my mic. I don't know. I did the things I normally do that fix static in my mic, but I also have been going for 4 hours, so who the frig knows?
So honestly, there's other planets there. We seem to be under a different tree. We seem to be tucked inside of something else. But for some reason, in the ones that I've seen depicted, people have decided to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sparks of the mother flame in both in the before times and in the after times in the sky, which is the number of apparent number of warlords we needed to have.
I have a question.
Reason. Yeah.
Do you think we should or shouldn't watch other YouTubers before we come back next week and talk about
I think it would be interesting if we each picked 3 and shared them with each other.
Interesting.
Because I think we should be finding not all the ones that everyone else is watching. Like, sure, should we? Sure.
Yeah.
But I think we should pick 3 apiece and send them to each other so that we have 6 total that we watch.
Can I be real? I think we kicked fucking ass, and I think we're going to be right. Like, I feel so good about these, and that's insane because One Piece is impossible to predict, yada, yada, yada. But, like, dude, I feel really fucking good about our ideas.
I do too. I think we have a lot more ideas to come out with. I don't think that we're finished by any means, but I feel really good about where we've gone.
I have so much more to do to finish this mural, but hey, we made progress. Oh,
I
man.
look forward to seeing other people's ideas too, because I look forward to seeing what things I agree with, what things are cross-purposed for us. I think that'll be really cool.
Y'all, I watch V1's analysis just for the laughs. Dude, this is crazy. Arthur and Ohara are Japanese speakers. You'll watch them on this one. That's not a bad idea. Look, here's the thing. Do you agree if there's anything that has held us back here, it's that we genuinely are kind of lost for which translation is closest, and exact wording is so meaningful?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
My confidence, the only thing that shakes it is that we might have been making assertions based off the wrong precise words. Because, like, I feel so confident about my reading of the words we've looked at, but, like, what if all of our assertions are from the wrong words?
Oh, your mic is going in and out. You know what is wild to me? Every time I look at this, I'm like,
I'll be back. I'll be back.
I'm like, oh, bye, microphone moment. While Drawk is off, and I'll tell him this. If you're a Patreon, please send suggestions in the conversation area. Lav made all the Patreons a suggestion area so that you can put in things that you want to let us know. So whether that's telling us some different videos that you think would be really, really good, or some ideas that people have said, or whatever, go in there and put them in. It's called Mural Piece because Lav just decided to be very candid with what it's for, and that this has been so wild and such a revolution in our thinking that Oda has presented us with, that they just created us a thing for the Patreons called Mural Piece, and you can put videos that you think that we should watch there, ideas that you've had about this, etc. We welcome the thoughts of our human beings. You guys are a massive source of awesomeness for us.
Hey, I want to throw it out there.
Yeah.
Y'all see any other fuckers telling you that this is about trees eating dreams, or is that a Drawk show exclusive? Because I think y'all came here for some crazy shit. Y'all got some crazy shit today.
I really, really look forward to some of the weirdnesses that we said. It's going to be weird. There's a lot of repetition in here, especially, no offense, Drawk, with you, because you're going over your idea and going over.
Oh yeah, no, I repeated a lot. This is going to be a nightmare for Lav to edit. Sorry.
That's necessary. That's what we got to do, because you and I just have. I've loved seeing the different ways that we think, because you think out loud. That's your thinking style, and I cave. I turn into a cave person. I sit in the dark with one light, and I just.
I think best when I'm bouncing off of people and being like, I think this, and I say something confidently, and then someone points out the issues, and I keep going, and then I'm like, wait, go back, chop, we can fix those issues. Like, that's me at my best. So honestly, this format works for me. This is where I'm going to be my smartest.
I love it for you. And it's going to be great next time too, because I'm going to have gone into my cave, and then we'll come out and we'll get to do the banter back and forth, because I'll feel happier about it. Yeah.
Can I say something wild?
Well, why would you stop now?
Everybody's One Piece shit. The what everybody's into in One Piece that I see tends to be like, where people are at their most fun is the start of a new arc where you're learning all about a new island's culture and seeing all the new stuff, right?
Yeah.
That for me is never what I'm most interested in, but it's not the end of the arc with the fights either. For me, the very tail end of an arc where we're getting lore reveals and seeing more about the world tends to be where I'm most into One Piece. So I was figuring Elbaf isn't going to be that crazy for me for a while. No. Loki has a spear in this image. He fights with a sword in real life. And what we're doing here is my drawing isn't recreating the mural. It's recreating our interpretation of the mural. I'm putting all the stuff we believe. So for me, I like the very tail end of the arc. It's why Elbaf was so, Egghead, I think, is my new favorite because we were getting the world and expanding the world the entire time instead of just as a tweener at the end. Make sense?
I also, my favorite things are, wars aren't my favorite things. And I think that we're in a very difficult time in the world right now, and trade wars start real wars. And so I don't want to, my head isn't stuck in a war. But if you give me like myths, legends, history, and wrap it all up in an image and say, I'm not going to give you a single word in this, good luck. Yes, please.
Well, where I was going with that is lately I've been so enchanted by Berserk storytelling and how deep it is on theme and character that, like, you know, I love One Piece. It's always it might always be my favorite manga, but I've been like a little bit more into Berserk than One Piece lately because One Piece isn't at the part lately that is my favorite thing about One Piece. And Berserk has been like these incredible character dives. Like the character writing is phenomenal. The thematics are brilliant. This has I'm back One Piece pilled. I'm here. Holy shit. This has dragged me back into the zone.
How to pop a Drawk?
Did people
That's nice. He likes that since I've been on here this whole time.
Yeah, sorry about that. Should we do like I don't think we can do a top well, we usually do top 3 if it's just one chapter. Do we do a top 3 characters of the section or do we not bother because like character we didn't think about the chapter. We didn't talk about it. We've just been talking about lore.
We never even talked about the goddamn chapter.
We've talked about one panel like like what do we do? Like
let's do a top 5 things we love in the panel.
Okay, how about whoa, instead of just the panel, how about top 5 things we have read into the panel? Like the top 5 things that you and I have added.
I don't want to go there. We'll do that after. We'll do top 4 things for that. But let's just do, for sure, 100%. But I want to do the top 5 things we've loved about the panel.
Okay.
I think number 1 is Zanesha.
Yeah, Zanesha adds a lot because it basically now confirms what we've been wondering for a long time, which is what the fuck did Zanesha do to be punished? And it seems like it was help Emu become God.
Yeah, but it was also like, it seems like from the look at the picture and the way that I think they are creating the 3 ancient weapons and Zanesha, that they were on the same side and that Zanesha got played.
Yep, I agree. Zanesha definitely got played here. Didn't want this to happen, but it did.
Yeah. Okay, next, you get pick a next one.
What number did you put that at?
1.
Damn, you jumped right to 1. That's what I thought, but that felt crazy, so I felt like I couldn't be confident in that.
Come on. If you're talking about something that ties the old with the new, Zanesha is one of the only creatures who knows the actual goddamn history, says nothing, has been tied. And that's what we always forget. Zanesha was there and says nothing. That means there is some powerful force acting against Zanesha where they are unable to speak about it.
Maybe it's that whole thing of like the future generations needed to be relied on to learn for themselves that Rayleigh got into.
I don't know. But what I'm saying is I think Zanesha is unable to, and I think this answers some huge questions that ties the history with the now, and Zanesha is our thread.
Oh, someone's pointing out that your theory of those being the weapons created would mean the weapons were created before the flood of the world. I think when we go deep into it, we need to talk about 2 timelines. One where the weapons were created after the flood and one where they created before.
Great. Okay, what's your next one?
Let me think about before would make a lot of sense in a lot of ways though, because of the Wano situation.
Hey.
My favorite thing in the panel, I am going to say number 3. No, fuck it. Number 2. Let's just do this down in order. Oh. Number 2 is the phrase, the voice of the half moon, because this gives us the will of D basically said through analogy. Like this is the will of D being referred to in prophecy and being given this alternate framing that I love. I don't know. That phrase, gets me cooking. That's brilliant shit.
I think that is brilliant shit. For me, number 3 is factories with smoke coming out of them. to find out that the past looked a lot more like what we have in the present.
Okay. The weapons were the first world. They were ancient even before. I think that makes sense. I think
I think so too.
I think you're right that was the creation of the weapons and they were being.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it is the creation of the weapons. And that's why I don't think that they're firing at
Wait.
the boat in the
No,
sky.
you're right. Look at the way their backs are bending. I think what is happening is absolutely the energy was being brought up and then passed to the Buccaneers who are putting it into. Oh, God, it's hard to say. Oh, boy, this is so hard to say. Okay. Number 5. It took us a while to figure out, and we couldn't have done it without chat. I love the Earth God Rage and its Serpent of Hellfire shrouded the world of death and darkness. They will never meet, describing the creation of the red line. I'm fully in on that. I think that's what it is. I'm committed.
That's for sure.
And that's fucking awesome. And I'm committed to belief that the Earth gods are the Lunarians or the pre-Lunarians on the moon. That just too much lines up for that for me. I am going to be, I'm committed to that. And I think that's such a brilliant way to like tie in what Dorian Brogy said with the creation of the red line to confirm what people have said for a long time, which is they were referring to the red line.
Yes.
You
know, on a personal note, I mean, we didn't do a number 4, right? That's one that's missing. Yep. I have a personal note one. Yours is very different looking than the originals. Frankie is much smaller.
Yeah.
But Oda, I'm starting to wonder if he looked at your wano and the way that you positioned Luffy, because that is exactly what he did with Frankie.
Could
like,
be?
Look at Frankie in the original and think about the way that you did the mural of Wano and tell me that Frankie standing where he is like this doesn't look identical to your image. It's crazy for me.
People are also saying that Frankie's probably covering something, which, yeah. Okay, can I tell you what I think it is that they didn't include because it would give too much away?
Okay.
I think I'm fully in on us being right. I'm committing to our insane shit. If we're wrong, that was more fun had along the way. I think Frankie is covering a demon, a devil, the sea devil, whatever. I think the actual demon at the heart of the sun tree that it is harvesting, I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, Frostfire, that's such a good point. I think 3 monsters have hardest energy around them. They have 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon, Uranus, and Pluto. I totally agree.
I'm debating that because I think the only thing I could see this one being is Pluton to create, unless Jormungandr counts as a sea king.
Yeah.
If Jormungandr counts as a sea king, then this could represent Pluton.
But number 4 isn't obvious and we have to pick it.
Okay.
Number 4, Ragnarok, getting the way that he managed to make it so we could point out our friends in that and we knew a lot of who was who from an image, what is breathtaking, including our tiny little guys, including our Laboon, our Emmett, like breathtaking, including knowing that we have Alabasta in there and that there's a shield. I think that there's something with Alabasta and the shield with Luffy as well, because that's one of the reasons that Emo put knife through the picture of Vivi.
Okay.
So I think those are the top for me and for you.
Dude, this is crazy. we're going to be devoting weeks to this, guys. Each week. Okay, here's the advertisements. Tuesday, tune in for Sorting Sorted, where I'm going to talk about Pokemon types, what they mean, and you are going to learn something you didn't know, no matter how much you know about Pokemon. I promise you, because we're getting into the coolest shit about it. Then come back next week where we are going to be doing Berserk. But first, we're going to be dedicating 45 minutes to talking about the first world of this image. And I'm thrilled.
And then we're going to do that every week. First, then second, then third. And Both of us are going to take some time to pull this crap apart
Yep.
and then compare things. Put your suggestions in Patreons, put your suggestions in everyone else, put your suggestions in the general chat too, in our chats for what we should know, what you think, what we should watch, because it's time to do a dissertation.
Oh,
about a mural.
the first world is next Sunday, and then the Sunday after that, I'm going to be moving into my new place, so I will not be doing a stream. But the Sunday after, we will be doing the second world, and then probably another One Piece stream, but we haven't decided yet. Maybe Berserk, who knows? We'll see what's up. It'll have been 2 weeks, so maybe we do another Berserk.
I'm going to send Murph a message too and see
Yes,
if
we need to get Murph on board.
he wants to be a person to do East Blue, because people say that Murph is an East Blue lover.
Oh,
So I think it's time to jump off on our next One Piece adventure, going back through One Piece from the beginning. What better time than now?
God, yes. Oh my God. Dude. Okay. Yeah. Guys.
My God. Are our minds blown? Did he just give us a mind-blowing moment?
How did we talk for 4 hours? Like, now granted, we spent like 30 minutes goofing off like we always do. We read for about half an hour, so we spent 3 hours talking about this.
That's a little less, like 20 minutes.
Jesus Christ, guys, this is crazy. There's so much.
Oh. I do gotta say, though, I do want to say one little thing.
Yep.
My very favorite outfit in this.
Yep.
Is that first outfit on the Harley, in the very first outfit.
Okay. I'm going to give everybody my favorite outfit of the best strip. Every chapter she's in, it's Ripley. It's Ripley every time. I'm not going to consider anybody else. Ripley wins best strip every time I see her forever.
Crush on Ripley.
Yes. Look, what do you want me to say? Have you seen her?
Oh, she's awesome.
Tell me you don't.
She's awesome. I'm not going to lie. And her outfit kicks ass.
Have you seen my hair? Ripley kind of stealing the bit is all I'm saying, but I forgive her because she pulls it off.
The Mermaid Princess Poseidon controls the Sea King serpents. The government controls Uranus and literal celestial dragons, Pluton and the Earth underworld, Devil continent pullers, Ogonashima skull monsters that used to
Oh
be
my
on
God,
Westshore.
wait, that's a good point. Maybe Oars helped pull the continents because we know that's a thing he's done. Oh my God, there's so much. There's so fucking much to this, guys. I think we're going to have bullet points for what each thing could be, and we'll end with a more, I'm going to color this. The thing is, I kind of need to finish this ASAP. I don't want to do it on stream because my voice is tired and I don't want to be in pain. But I kind of want to stay online. I don't know. We'll see what I do, y'all.
Also, I've been sitting in the same spot other than getting up to get a drink. I need to move my body. Move your body.
Well, you can say I'm saying.
I can't wait to build a new board. I can't wait to take my board now, take everything off, and build a board starting with this image at the middle.
This is gonna be crazy. We kind of got to start from the top, from the bottom, huh? Oh boy, y'all. All right. Oh, Wano looks like continents pulled together. God, guys, stop saying smart things. Fuck. Okay. We got to take this seriously. We got to do more. You got a report card, and then next week we got to be coming in for this first world, better research than we ever have. We got to have like multiple possibilities at every step. And then I think here's what we do. We'll have multiple possibilities. And then before we move on step to step, we will both confirm which one we most believe in so that we have our theory chips in the game.
Agreed.
Okay.
I'm super pumped.
Tune in on Tuesday for Sorting Sorted. I'm going to do research for that too. I am so excited to talk about Pokemon types. And in the future, there will be an episode about all sorts of stuff. And you can suggest stuff. All sorts of sorting and fiction. Sorting Sorted is going to be great. I'll talk about Mistborn at some point. That's a great power system.
I'm just going to start gaming on the Mama Drawk channel, I've decided.
You can just use our Twitch. We can set that up. Oh, well, I mean, you can have your own gaming channel. Who cares? You do it.
No, do it here. I would rather not be going off in some other damn world. It's
Yeah,
weird.
we just kind of need to communicate so that we're never streaming at the same time. Or if we are, we just like dual stream, like we just share the screen.
Love
Yeah,
it.
Mama did a test stream. Patrons can now watch the VOD of the test stream where Mama Drawk played Untitled Goose Game and got up to some goose-shaped mischief.
Ridiculous.
It was cute. It was very cute.
So ridiculous.
I think
I'm a great goose. You got to admit, if there's anyone
pretty
who's
good.
meant to be, it's me.
God,
I
guys.
don't play it very stealthy. So if you're looking for a game where the goose sneaks around and does sneaky things, that's not me. I beat the shit out of people and honked at them.
You should play Subnautica. That's true.
Yeah. Okay, you guys have been awesome popsicle.
Losing my voice, y'all. We gotta. I was
Drawk.
gonna say a word that doesn't mean what it means. To go. Yes, Mama Drawk. Oh, we didn't do our 5 favorite assertions like we were gonna do. Can we do that? Then say goodbye.
No.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Cassie told me. No, Cassie told me no. Be good. Be nice to me is what they said.
Okay. Bye, Cassie. We love you.
So instead, let's say this. It's been such a great time talking to you. Thank you all for being here on a day where we all could use a little uplifting on both sides of the border. And we got to have this awesome moment. Thank you so much, Oda, for giving us this. This is the meal we were looking for.
Y'all fucking, oh boy. Shamrock's kidnapping children. I mean, dude, he's a celestial dragon. They literally hunted children for sport. We've seen this.
Carry on, Drawk, do your ends.
Everybody, I love you guys. You are a wonderful audience. I cannot tell you how much you add to everything. I had a moment of appreciation doing my critical crits work the other day where I just had this realization that I have been able to make art at a professional level of design quality because of chat support and advice and suggestions, because of their work as a sounding board. And I feel like today I felt that again, this incredible appreciation where, yeah, am I a brilliant, handsome genius who came up with a lot of great theories? 100%, and no one can tell me otherwise. But would I have come up with as many brilliant things without you guys pointing out chapters to look at, assertions from mythology, and everything else? Fuck no. Without you guys, we'd be paddling here. You guys are brilliant. I love all of the help. This was so much fucking fun, and I can't believe that, yes, we spent 3 hours talking about a single panel, and then on top of that, on top of 3 hours spent talking about a single panel, we are going to spend an additional minimum like 2.25 hours talking about this panel. That's the devils, because the tree eats devils. I remember I'm not redrawing the panel. I'm drawing the panel as anyways, as we are talking about it. Anyways, until next time.
Squish on squishies.
It's been lovely talking to you. Oh, we forgot to do a raid. I almost hung up without a raid. That's so rude. We have so many people. I need to raid someone. We're going to raid Oak because I don't want to spend any time looking.
Oak kazoos us, and that's why I like raiding Oak.
God, she's already 114 people. Oak has been doing better and better, and she's been, unlike me, putting in the grind. She's actually been streaming so often. Oak is great, guys. She draws pinup ladies. She talks to chat. She's an incredible communicator, and she kazoos her raiders. So get ready to be kazooed, homies. And it's been lovely talking to you. Bye!